Hey ja, hey ja, hey ja, heiße, 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 dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, ja, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll. Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, es war.
Rete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucher, Hova, Sucher, Hova, Sucher, du wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, das war.
Wocha, Auwa.
Heise, das war.
Wocha.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Rete.
Rete.
Das ich soll.
Das war ja, Heise,
Flickmann.
das ich soll.
Rete.
Ja,
Geboren.
das war Heise, Heise, das war Heise, das dumme
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
das ich soll, Streete, Sassa,
Auwa.
Flickmann.
ja,
Rete.
das war
Flickmann.
Rete,
Hey ja.
ja,
Rete.
das war das dumme
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
das war, das ich soll, das war,
Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey ja, hey ja, hey ja, hey ja, heiße, 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 dass ich soll, 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 dass ich soll. Rete,
Ja.
es war, ja, es war,
ja,
Rete.
du wäre, es war, ja,
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
das war, das ich soll, das war,
Das ich soll.
hey ja,
Ja.
ja,
Das ich soll.
ja,
Hey, ja.
ja,
Das ich soll.
ja, hey ja,
Ja.
ja,
Das ich soll.
ja, das ich soll, das ich soll, das ich soll,
hey ja,
das dumme
Hey, ja.
Heise,
hey ja,
Sassa,
Rete.
hey ja,
Streete, ja,
Gebure.
das ich soll, das ich soll, das ich soll.
hey ja, hey ja, heiße, heiße, dass ich soll, 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 dass ich soll.
You played. You played. You played. Played. You played. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this. Played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this. You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours to die like this? You played like this? You played 2 hours to die You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. It died like this. You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. It died like this.
Hello guys, welcome back. Final day of Titans League Round 1. Hope everybody's good. We are going to start the day a little bit faster. That's the goal anyways. So the scheduled time for the matches to start was in about 15-20 minutes. We've reached out to the players to basically ask if we could keep things moving along today. Because as I've mentioned to you guys over the weeks, went home to basically say goodbye to my grandmother soon after I came back home. She passed. Her service is tomorrow. So I'm flying home tonight, and you know how airports are and traffic is and everything. So basically, we got to keep things moving. So sorry if that's inconvenient for anybody to start early, but and to have less break time, but I figured that's pretty good for you guys at the end of the day. So that's what we're going to do. Worst case, if I have to miss, I don't think I'd miss the final series, but worst case, if I were to miss the final series, we miss the final series, and you know we take care of life stuff. But as you guys probably saw there, we have the schedule on display. We have Tatau versus Barles. Is it an issue that the little music/voice bubbles are popping up? The little effect there, is that an issue? It's not too bad, I guess, right? I could shift things around. Tatau versus Barles has started off, then Sebastian versus Andy. And then Nikov against Running, which is the only thing you can't really see there because of the graphic, but it's not too bad. Just realizing, I'm live on YouTube. I don't have YouTube's chat up where I had it up the last couple days. So hello, everybody. Let me just do the thing there. Douglas says, why do you care if it's an inconvenience for any of us nerds? Take care of yourself and say goodbye to your grandma, sir. Well, I care about you nerds. That's kind of the whole point. I care about you guys. You guys support my ridiculous endeavors. So, you know, what the nerds online think can sometimes be something you need to ignore. But I do care about running a good show here and making sure you guys aren't hugely inconvenienced, you know? So, but yeah, appreciate it, Redavies, appreciate it. Thank you, Goody, for the 11 months. Kinfire with the 4 years. Let's go. I can see YouTube chat now. Thank you so much for the 4 years. Flygon, thank you for the 55 months. Glacier, thank you for the 2 months. This is the beginning of a great time of watching AoE with the best caster around. T90 cool. Everything about that was cool except the emote. Thank you. Still embarrassing, but I guess it's here to stay. What's up, Foreseen Cow? Good morning. Miyako, welcome back. I think they're drafting now, actually. So we should be able to dive into the draft. Really appreciate it. We reached out to the players yesterday. It was basically like, hey, here's the situation. T90's got family stuff, blah, blah, blah. Players could have been like, nope, sorry, scheduled the set. It is what it is. And we've had that happen before where people are very inflexible. But yeah, they were happy to get started a little bit early for us. I do understand. Oh, the scoreboard's wrong, by the way. It says it's a show match. I think that should be correct now. Yeah, I understand that people have lives to live to. But Tatau and Barles moving it up a little bit for us. At least till like game 1 starts like right when the scheduled time was. So yeah, Marvel, we'll see, man. We'll see. Not really sure on that just yet. I think we'll have T West joining in to cast later on today. And we'll mix in some co-casts next week as well. I think it'll be good for both my stamina and energy levels, but also just, you know, we have so many games. Mix it up, bring some different people in, talk about the maps, talk about the games, break them down, get some good perspective, you know? What's up, moving up? Good morning, if it is morning. Thank you. He says, when I am wearing XL in Europe, should I get XL in your merch store as well? Would not surprise me if the merch store has a size chart for you. I'd be shocked if they don't. There might be more of a generic size chart available for such things. But I know when I purchased things online before, they typically have an area where you can compare sizes. So that might not be directly on my T90 page. That might be somewhere else on Fourth Wall, but I would just search Fourth Wall and see if there's info for you there. That's a good question. I haven't really been able to compare them myself, so I think Fourth Wall should have some good info on that. T90, on average, how far into the game should you start building your second town center? Okay, can I say it depends? Because, dude, I need more details. On average, it's kind of tricky because we have a lot of different maps, and so I would need to know, is it Arena? Is it Arabia? So give me 1 or 2 more details, I can give you an answer. Generally speaking, if I had to pick a number, again, it very much depends. That's what makes Age of Empires amazing. I'd say maybe something like 20 minutes, 21 minutes into the game. There's games where it will maybe take longer than that, and times where maybe it can be earlier than that. That would just be my guess. But yeah, again, depends on a couple details there, like what type of map you're playing. So, so Vietnamese, Koreans, Burgundians, Georgians, Slavs, Bohemians so far. I like the civs. Quarry's game 1. Quarry can be kind of a closed map, so I feel like Bohemians is what Tatau wants there. But Barles went for Vietnamese and Korean, so I think he's got plans for like towers and fire lancers. I would guess Vietnamese is more for valley or slopes, but he might have picked Koreans specifically for Quarry. What's up, Marshall? Good morning. Thank you for the resub. Says, do you miss the good old Facebook days? I mean, no. No in like the technical aspect, no in having less viewers, no with how many hours I had to do, but also yes, because it was fun at the same time. Like it was nice. It was a nice 2 years. So there's things I miss about it, there's things I don't. But the platform, streaming on a platform which people A, don't want to watch on, or B, cannot, because some people would try, not necessarily ideal. So, but it was a good time. I'm able to look back. I look at my career, if you can call it that, in kind of like segments, so and like chapters. So it was a good chapter. All right, gonna drink some water here. There's the draft. We'll try and get our ads out of the way on YouTube and on Twitch. I think we're good on Twitch, and good morning, everybody. Dale, there's 15 maps in the map pool that will not change. So the only thing there is you're not actually seeing all the maps listed on screen, because after all the bans, there's 3 maps remaining, and game number 1 is randomly selected from those remaining maps. No easy way to have that displayed on screen. It's a unique drafting concept. Last time what we did was you'd each get a ban, you'd each get a pick, and then you would ban until 1 map was remaining, and that would decide game 1. Same concept, only here you get a ban, you get a pick, you ban until there's 3 maps remaining, and whichever one you get is randomly selected for game 1. So players have a lot of control, but if there's a map that they really want to avoid, they have to use their 5 bans to do it, which is obviously plenty of time. And the motivation for that was because the league can be pretty long. And last time we had a lot of game 1 Rocky Forest. It was just, I mean, it was some good games, but it was very consistently 1 map. So the goal here is to spice it up a little bit, implement some level of variety. We have that variety, and then still the players have a lot of control over what they're playing through here. So I think it's been good so far. I've been happy with it. I've been really happy with the maps as well. I think these maps are maybe the most balanced maps we've had at the very start. And that's not easy to say for 15 maps. 15 maps, you expect 1 or 2 to kind of fall through the cracks. So I'm really proud of that. And I'm also proud of how the event's been structured so far. Yeah, I mean, it's been good stuff from my point of view. Hoping the viewers think that, and that you guys stay with me for the next month and a half, basically. So, yeah, map pool's really good. We had lots of discussions. The admins didn't necessarily agree with me on some maps, and I didn't necessarily agree with the admins. So we had some back and forth. But that's important. To get anywhere constructive, to get anything good, you need to have it, in my opinion. Yeah, Captain, we might do another round of small maps for YouTube videos later on. I think most of these maps we've maybe already done. It's amazing how many maps we've done for small maps already. But there might be 1 or 2 in there we haven't done yet. Like Reverse Acropolis is new, for example. So I don't think that's been seen. Coast Arena might not have happened either. So maybe there's like 2 or 3. So the Skin Magnet says, when does the game begin? Well, they started their draft. They finished their draft. The next thing they need to do is load up the game. So it should be soon. Any second now. Or any minute now. But same difference. So, yeah, we'll answer questions. My predictions have been going very well so far. I'll actually take a look at that and see where I am in the prediction contest. Was this updated yesterday? Okay, so this wasn't updated yet. It takes like a day or 2 to maybe get some of the updates. Going into yesterday, I was tied for second with the predictions, which made me feel very good. I wasn't perfect with the games yesterday, though, unfortunately. So I'm hanging in there. I predicted the right winners yesterday, but I didn't get the game count correct. My predictions for this one were tough. I predicted 2-1 for Tatau. And this is the one in the group where there's a lot of uncertainty for me. Because I think Barles is really underrated. And I think Tatau maybe isn't as consistent as he used to be. So let's look at the groups real quick. Just look at the live standings. So MBL and Leary both swept their opponents. They got 3 wins. Those were important. Barles and Tatau, they need to snag some wins, right? Like, this is easily the closest matchup in the first round. If you lose, at least get 1 win here, and you're probably feeling comfortable. Because Tatau plays Licks the next round. Barles plays Rapard. Maybe it's expected those players get the sweep as well. In Group B, we had Hera and Yo sweeping. Same situation. The promoted players got swept. And then we had Hart and Vinchester, which I think is as close as Barles and Tatau. Went 2-1 for Hart. Group C, we will have 2 sets today. So we'll finish out Group C today. ACCM won 2-1 over Lewis. And it'll be Freakin' Andy against Sebastian, which should be very close. And then Nikov and Running as well. So I think those sets have some slight favorites. I'd slightly favor Sebastian, slightly favor Nikov. But the other players, if they're prepped, could get some games in and pull off an upset. And then Group D is interesting. You had Mihai sweeping Dark. You had Tatau beating Dragonstar 2-1. And then Viper and Vivi, they will play next week because Viper's been ill. So we'll have double the Viper, double the Vivi sets next week. But yeah, I think like Sebastian Freakin' Andy is a series I've actually seen before. And I think they end up being pretty close. I think especially in this format, like Freakin' Andy's really good in Titans League format. So I could see Freaking Andy, depending on what game 1 ends up being here, right? Like if he were to get a Quarry game 1 like in this series, which I don't think will happen because it'll be banned, but still, I could definitely see it. Andy winning like 2-1 there or something. I think Sebastian can sometimes struggle against players like Andy who can be a little creative in defense. Little creative in terms of what civilization he plays. So T90, if you could play TTL, where do you think you would end up? Oh, I'd be a silver player. Silver player, or I'd be a guy in gold who's like trying to survive. I can comfortably say that if I was allowed to play, I'd probably be silver. So nothing beyond that. I mean, maybe I wouldn't even make it. Maybe I wouldn't even make it to silver. But I think I'd be like a mid-silver guy, depending on my form and depending on how much time I had to play, of course. But yeah, I can't, which is a bummer. This event is literally the best for me as a player, but I happen to be the host of it. When you want something done right, you have to do it yourself, right? So I was just like, man, this format needs to happen. There's so many different players at different levels within the game. And obviously, it's been many years ago now, so. All right, they're in the lobby, so they'll be starting soon. I'll open it up to questions if you guys have some on YouTube or on Twitch. The Situation YouTube, all of these sets are going to be uploaded in 4K to the Extras channel. You obviously have the streams to watch as well, but for those that want to watch those videos later on, that's still always going to be there, right? Harsh Yoshi, I don't think so. Viper was at the top of the game for a super long time. Viper's been around this game for a super long time. Viper's, he's mid-30s now. He's got a child. He's got more to life than just AoE. So I think Viper's sick now. So I think naturally, if you're not seeing Viper quite as active in this moment, it's just because some of those factors. But I don't think anyone has to worry about Viper moving on from AoE for anything else. I could be wrong on that, but like I said, he's sick right now, so he can't play. And we tried to make it happen, but he still just had not recovered. Apparently, it's quite bad. So next week, we'll have 2 Viper sets, and we'll have 2 Vivi sets to balance it out. All right, 2 minutes till we're in. They're launching. It's going to be Bohemians Malay here. Damn. Bohemians Malay. Crazy Civ matchup. If this was Arena, you'd be looking at this like, whew, could go either way. It's Quarry, though, so it's a bit more complicated. Good news is Viper's feeling better, and we've scheduled both his sets for next week. Perfect. Awesome. Well, you never know, right? Like, if you get really sick, it can take you out for weeks. And competitive AoE, if you're not 100%, like, that's going to be very, very evident. So it doesn't happen that frequently, thankfully, but there can be situations where, like, if I was really sick, I'm just not going to perform my best. And then with every game mattering so much, could be an issue. So thankfully, again, not a concern. It seems like Viper's better now. So what's up, pal Matt? It's really interesting. We have like, so the other day I was watching Turs play in TTL on T West channel, and I'd never wanted to pull my hair out more reading a chat of 10 people typing than in that moment. I'm like, ooh, I wonder what people are going to say about the games. And it's Dino Dance, Dino Dance, Dino Dance. And it's like no discussion on the games whatsoever. I was losing my mind. But then after like 5 minutes, I was like, Tristan, get with the times. You got to embrace it. You got to be one of them, right? And then I kind of started to enjoy it a little bit, you know? So you guys wore me down. Sometimes I'm a little too serious. Yeah, people are having fun. Exactly. That's what it's about. Get your predictions in chat. We've got literally a second until we're in. I said 2-1 Tatau. I'm still going to say 2-1 Tatau, even though opinions can change between when I submit the predictions and when the games actually happen. But here we are, guys. Welcome, everybody. Should be able to have the Civ draft here for you. And this Civilization draft, which is not showing up on screen now, is not important. All right. So we got Barles. I'll mess with that. See if I can get the Civ draft up here. We got Barles in the red. Barles is a consistent high-level performer in not only all events in Age of Empires, but specifically Titans League. We've had some big names like Winchester and Doubt and MBL be relegated and stuff. Never Barles. I think Barles is always in a really safe position. I do remember one time he saved himself, came into 4th place. Let me test this draft again. Okay, so that works, but that is the opposite order. I'm supposed to have the ability to... Oh. Well, no, that's it right there. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's what the draft looks like. I'll let you guys look at that for a second. But Barles is playing as the Malay. We got the Bohemians for Tatau. And you know, on Tatau, Tatau is a player who was always top 5 conversation, right? Many people would not dispute that, but I think today that might not be the case. He's not quite as consistent as he used to be. So I personally believe that Tatau will be very good in this format. I think for Tatau, he's actually going through a period where he's really going to put his pedal to the metal and commit to AoE. Yeah, no scoreboard up here. My bad, guys. Sorry, it's very early. Type a 1 in chat if occasionally you just can't help yourself and your mind says, no, I should just stay up all night. I should stay up all night and I should be exhausted the next day and I'm going to face the consequences later. I don't do that frequently these days, but I have been having some personal stuff. I've been exhausted with TTL. And so last night, my brain said, hey, just keep staying up. So I was up to like 4 or 5 a.m. last night. And of course, what was I doing? I was playing Age of Empires. And I ran into some German 1900 who I've never played before at like 4 a.m. for me. And he goes, crap matchmaking. He's like, WTF is this crap matchmaking, right? And I was like, sorry, bro. Like, he's like, and then he goes, what time is it anyway? Shouldn't you be asleep? I'm like, it's too late, man. It's too late. It was funny. Tatau's Bohemians and Barles is Malay. So this can turn into a very campy map if the walls come down, right? If the walls come down, both players are on elevation on either side to defend. Now, they've been pushing in some deer here. So they're getting all the food, but it's like food for what? It doesn't seem like it's that much to wall, but it really is. And eventually you can see these trees get chopped, not shopped. But if you want to shop for anything tree related, we do have the T90 tree merch on the new merch store. But yeah, you can chop through this, but it's kind of unlikely that we will see that. Barles advances faster to the next stage, so he will want the early pressure with the militia. He'll push in one final deer. I think he's going to move forward immediately then to Tatau's base. Their berries are always fixed on the front. So that's something that you always have as an area to pressure. And then usually players are always going to have the wood on the back, which Tatau has here. So, but play all three. Opening round for Barles and Tatau. And I guess the other thing that I didn't end up showing, I believe this is Group A, is the live standings. It seems like things are not cooperating with me this morning. Oh, you know what? I know why. I could fix that. Didn't go through some of the steps, but I could actually fix that right now, and then I think we can have the groups up. But yeah, basically, this is the closest opening round in this group. In the other groups, we had promoted players go down. Tatau caught a glimpse of the militia there. And so he knows what he needs to do. And Barles is now thinking, well, he's walled up on the wood line. He saw me. He's pushing in a deer. We cannot allow that. And now Tatau has left the deer, and the deer's going to die. At least you're denying the berries, and Barles will see the barracks and know that Tatau's going to be going man-at-arms. Here, let's test this now. There we go. Yeah, so that's what the group looks like right now. Leary and MBL, perhaps expected. Lix and Rapard were promoted players. And those are players that you'd always expect to struggle against the names that we just saw. But Barles and Tatau, the two closest in the first round. I really like the play from Barles here. I know that he's not done any immediate damage, but I still really like how he's played this. He's got the walls at home. It's not full walls. You don't have the time for that, but he'll be up in no time, and he's producing more militia here now, too. So with additional militia on the way, he could still go for man-at-arms and then do some real damage. He's on the hill here, too, taking down the house, so he might take down a house from Tatau. I think Malay are just the better early game civ here. I think Malay are better until, well, maybe the walls come up and the Bohemians have early chemistry and the Bohemians are an imp with Hufnitsa. But both players on point so far. Barles getting the walls down. He knows Tatau's going for man-at-arms. It's all about the economies and the transitions here. And Barles sending 2 units forward. That is one thing I'm not sure Tatau knows about. He never saw the barracks. So it is common. I don't think Tatau should be surprised by it, but still, the reality is he's exposed here, and he does pull the villagers. Man, amazing reaction. Yeah, so all this stuff is basically happening to deny the walls from the opponent, and then to set up your economies. And for the Malay, they're always going to have the site villager lead, because they spend less time researching the next stage. So if it's 50-50 in the engagements and in the builds, which it pretty much is right now, advantage to the Malay. Tatau is a little faster to archers, though. So he has 1 archer already. He's about to have his 2nd in the range. And Barles just now has the archer. That's the lead right now for Tatau. It's just that 1 archer. Yeah, 2 archers versus 1. I guess also Tatau is behind in the amount of man-at-arms he has. So maybe that evens it out a little bit. Yeah, guys, I see I need to get a logo and I need to get the flags up on screen, but we've got some high-level AoE right now. I don't know if I could do it super easily. Can I press this button and do it? Oh, yeah. Okay, I can do that. Flag I have to do manually. This is crazy stuff. And the mill goes down for Tatau. That's a huge deal. If you need to rebuild the mill, that's 100 wood. You might not see that from Tatau now. I love the way Barles' position is based behind the drush. The berries being protected is awesome. Even this here, it's not the ideal walls yet. His economy's really good. Both players have they've skipped double bid axe here, which is just the nature of the builds, I guess. I think actually at this point, Tatau just has to. Both players have to skip it to get fletching. And Barles has to be careful. Tatau's army is here. Barles still has his army camping the range, but Barles needs his range units protected. And Barles is so close to losing one, but he doesn't end up losing the archer there. Every archer is so important. But he's pushed off of gold. So he doesn't have the gold. So now he'll make mainly skirmishers. Tatau will be aware of that. And it's not the prettiest eco for Barles. I like the walls, but I am seeing a lot of villagers walking around. He's run out of straggler trees. There's farms that are placed. There's no active farmers on just yet. Clearly under a lot of pressure. Tatau is too, though. A minute of idle TC time. Same situation for Tatau. He's off the stragglers. I'm always going to lean towards the player who's melee here, though. And Tatau has his archers in a position he can't meet up with the other group. Might need to pull his man-at-arms over to protect. Still no fletching for Barles. But yeah, you can just run this down. And with the melee, you get a little bit of extra armor. So it makes life easier for you here. And not initially the best micro there from Barles, to be honest. I think that's acceptable, though. Remember, he doesn't have fletching, so I think that's acceptable. He'll trade off the man-at-arms. He gets some archer kills. Is my mic fine, guys? I don't know if I'm getting one guide. I think I might be getting one guide. Somebody says my mic is clipping. It's fine. Okay. I mean, I ordered a new pop filter, which is supposed to sit in front of the mic to stop from the noise, right? I don't have one on right now, so maybe there's a slight difference, but it should be fine. Thank you. And Barles rewalling in front of the berries because he had used the berries to wall. Finally getting fletching now. Both players snagging double bit because they didn't have it before. Tatau's still making lots of archers, but in an archer matchup, you know what counters that? Skirms. And ooh, Tatau's wall comes down just in time. Okay, that's a big deal because Barles, if he just sit at home right now, would be so far ahead. But he's not sitting at home. His army's going to be walled out. And now Tatau can get some reward. And Tatau will get a villager kill. Feels like Tatau really needed that. Again, he doesn't have the berries, but he is on the farms. He's got 14 farms right now. Man, Tatau's TC is going idle a lot. A lot of these micro engagements, you're still expecting him to produce vills. In early feudal, it's understandable because of the nature of all the food spent, but I just think Tatau just needs to sharpen up a little bit. Your mic is fine, but we can't hear Dave. Well, Dave's always muted, so that's fine. That's normal. Dave's muted, right? Market now for Tatau. I do think that's a way that the Bohemians have to use advantages here. Take advantage of the free gold mining bonuses. And normally you don't even want to farm this heavily. Normally you want to have like 8 vills on gold and just be buying your food. It's a bit weird, but that's probably the best way to take advantage of your eco bonus. And yeah, Barles chasing down this army. He is building houses over here. I really like that. He doesn't want Tatau to be sneaky. Tatau's a player who would definitely do that. This archer's just camping here. And yeah, I mean, Tatau's low on army and is just kind of hoping right now that Barles doesn't beat him to Castle Age. But Barles is using his own market. Balancing out his resources. Barles is definitely going to be in Castle Age faster. So, well played to Barles. The one villager going down is something that wasn't ideal, but everything else has been good. There he kills off the archer. I'm just wondering what the composition's going to be. Because normally when it's range units, you probably want to opt into like elite skirm and ballistics. But that's when you're consistently engaging with range units. Tatau is walled right now, so you're not consistently engaging. So I would say maybe siege to pressure the position. But then you're also sieging uphill, which is what makes this map so good for the defenders. So I don't know. I see we have villagers coming this way. Hold on a second. Barles is bringing 5 vills, and it's 50 wood per tree. He is going to chop through, and he's going to try and sneak some army into Tatau's base. I don't know if Tatau is expecting that at all, because Tatau sees the army here. But actually, hold on. We have a villager coming from Tatau to build an outpost at the same time. Yo, let's go, guys. Also, good morning, everyone who just got here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Will Tatau see this in time? Okay, he's getting attacked by the army. He'll see a villager chopping a tree. I don't know if that's enough for him to pay attention to it. I think he notices, though. There's just one more tree, guys. It's 10 wood. Oh, but the villagers already took wood from the other tree. That's crazy. If Tatau has a chance to defend... Oh, my God. Tatau saw it. And Tatau will drop a market there. Now, you can't market the whole thing. But that's so good for Tatau. Good awareness. Maybe needs to check the other side. Barles is just placing house walls there. And now Tatau hops out with his army. Barles has his army kind of out of position because he wants to chop. He could still get through, but it will take a little while longer, and Tatau knows that now. Barles has Bodkin, but Barles doesn't have all of his military together. And Tatau's getting his upgrades, and Tatau can get some free kills here. Not bad. The thing is, though, guys, Barles is just going to drop the town centers. So second and third TC. He's not counting on getting damage here. And Tatau, he can't do any counter damage to the eco from Barles. Tatau doesn't have his second town center yet. Tatau's going for the super early university here. This will be full army from Tatau against mainly economy from Barles. And Barles is going to get through the tree. He can run through now. But I think he's busy. And Tatau has enough time now. Stone walls should be more than fine for him. He can pull the villagers back. Might even have a chance to complete the outpost. Yeah, completes the outpost. So now he can really get a glimpse at what's going on back there. But you might think that that's going to be a siege push. But I don't think Barles is actually going to do that. He's just going to gate it. And Tatau's one town center. Barles is already 10 villagers up. Which means that Tatau's on a bit of a timer here to do some damage. And here comes a villager for a siege workshop. But, I mean, chemistry and Castle Age, that's something the Malay cannot compete with. So I don't mind playing heavy army with the Bohemians. And there's relics in the middle as well you could collect. You could get a bit of a push going here. And just thinking long term, Barles might need his own siege and he might need guard tower. But we'll see on the guard tower. I think the second you see a siege workshop from the opponent, you do need to consider your own siege. He's actually attacking this wall here. But siege is coming this way from Tatau. That's double siege workshop. So, normally we get used to things being finely balanced, right? One siege workshop. Sometimes we're critical of when someone adds one siege workshop. Like, if it's not the proper time, you say, is that over-investing into the attack? Tatau's going double. But, funnily enough, he actually deletes his own wall. Now he's got villagers here to attack. He's killing them. Here he's fighting against the skirms. And now Barles has to be paranoid because he chopped the tree. So, okay. You are the chosen one. Go. There's no way that's ever going to work. That's funny. She just attacks the mangonel. I'm sure she's going to go down. No villagers on stone for Tatau, so he still won't have the stone for a second town center or for a castle. This attack needs to really start to work out. And I think Barles has done everything he needs to do. Except for one more tower on this side. Yeah, this is just kind of perfect from Barles. He understands. There's heavy siege pressure coming. He needs to complete the guard towers, though. I do still think his own siege could be really good. This will be nervous times for him. The tower here is at 80%. It'll complete. He can garrison then. But, I mean, Tatau, when he goes full micro mode, can be really dangerous. Villager over here died. Sorry, didn't show it. Tatau going to stone. But, man, Tatau, the way Tatau's setting up his economy is just... I mean, what economy, right? One town center the whole time. He's going to go hand cannons now, too. I mean, if he breaks down the barracks, he has bigger surface area to run through. Which is what you need if your opponent's going to be going for their own siege. But game one for Tatau and Barles in Titans League. And Tatau's going full send right now. Let's see if Barles can hold and defend. Normally his defense is really solid. Guard tower upgrade is in. But guard tower normally holds from 3 mangonels. But a ram and 4 mangonels that also have chemistry, which does help a little bit. And Tatau has repair villagers too. I actually think Barles could be in trouble here. He was very late to his own siege. Let's see what happens. Yeah, see, the guard tower is focusing on the mangonels. But the mangonels are all being repaired. Barles is trying his best to weaken. He's going to build another tower behind. One Mangonel's down. Tower's still there. But tower's going to go down, guys. And the guard tower behind could even be in trouble at this rate. The crossbows were inside of that tower. Tower goes down. This is crazy pressure from Tatau. And Barles doesn't know what we know. Like, you always have to remember that. Barles is going to assume he's like maybe 15 vills ahead at most because of the score. But he doesn't know this is 1 TC. Now, he can assume for a while, but like... And Barles understands how weak his eco is. Because he's just lost the front of his base, and he gets to feel how awkward his own eco is and how tough it is to manage. So, you can't just look at this and say this should be easy for Barles right now. It's certainly not easy for Tatau, though. Pushing a guard tower is still crazy. And Barles... Oh, he's so unlucky. That could have been 2 additional kills for the guard tower, but Barles is at least holding the line. Tatau is 10 on food. He's adding another mill. See, this is something that's weird to me, right? Like, you've got a mill here. He's not farming around it. It just tells me that Tatau's not able to think about the game quite in the way that you need to. He's going for the attacks. And here he comes with the vills. He wants a forward castle there. But everywhere he goes over on the left side, there's going to be a guard tower from Barles. Rams are tough for Tatau. Rams are a good idea. But if you go Rams and the opponent has Mangonels, your Rams just get flattened. So Barles has honestly played it perfect. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Tatau just lost his Mangonel. That's the only thing he had to protect those vills. Barles is actually looking to the middle. Guys, Barles has played the perfect game. He has honestly played the perfect game. He's on the way to Imperial Age with amazing economy. He's defending from the attacks from Tatau. Tatau cannot push these guard towers at all. Tatau needs a castle. Like, the castle has to do some damage quickly. But now Barles is dropping a tower here. I think Barles saw the villagers. And he feels like he wants to just control that position, which is a really nice preemptive tower. I mean, draft-wise, Malay are the more common pick. Bohemians, though, are always going to be a solid shout as well. But you need better economy, and he's not been able to compete here. Micro from Barles against the Mangonel. Look at the confidence there. So he takes down the Mangonel. And Tatau's going to try and yoink this relic back to his base. Okay, this is where I think Barles can actually just chill. I don't think he needs to deny this with a tower, but he's going to try to. Obviously, he denies this. Barles takes game number 1. Siege is on the way. Crossbows are here. Tatau's castle is at 70%, though. There's a lot of villagers building. And Tatau just calls the GG anyways. Yeah, so I think some people are going to be disappointed by the timing of the GG, but Tatau realizes, I've invested all my army into doing damage. I haven't done much damage at all. He killed only 5 villagers, and Barles is an imp. Once Barles is an imp, he'll have imp upgrades in his army. He can go for bombard cannons. Again, I think this tower is maybe a little unnecessary for Barles. He could have honestly just backed up and built a castle, but he can do that anyways. So yeah, this map, very boomy typically. And if you're going to be aggressive, I think the aggression has to work perfectly. Did not happen there for Tatau. So a strong start for Barles. Tatau will probably have some more aggressive maps now. But 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you would have maybe looked at these two who are still both in Titans League, still both at the high level. And you would have said, okay, Tatau's definitely clearly the better player. I'm not necessarily sure. Barles has been really good the last year or two. And Tatau, he isn't as consistent as he once was. So the thing I like about Tatau in tournaments, though, is that he can play very aggressive. But I think you have to choose the maps. You have to choose the times for it. Slopes is his home map. Slopes is perfect for the aggression. But Quarry, at least with if Barles is playing that solid, you're going to struggle. So, Falling Star says, I don't understand why Tatau didn't go for more of a boomy approach. Well, so maybe you're damned if you do, damned if you don't there. The reality is, if you go for the boomy approach against Malay, they will still beat you to Imperial Age and still pressure you heavily. That's the reality. So, I think in Tatau's mind, he thought there was no way he could do that. Because, like, typically, Bohemians can win late game because they beat you to the bombard cannon timing. because they can get chemistry in Castle Age, right? But the Malay advancing faster to every age kind of balances that out because it's expected they're going to be an imp before you, and it's expected that they have the time to get chemistry. So what I would have liked to see is a little bit more of a balance from Tatau. Like, instead of just one town center and army, how about like 2 town centers and some army? Like, I think if he has a little bit more economy, he can end up producing a little bit more. But like full on 1 TC is very risky there. But also, guard tower was so sick. A lot of people don't go guard tower there, and then their siege gets sniped by the hand cannons, and then they get overwhelmed by the siege. Guard tower was just perfect. All right, getting into the next game here in a second. We've got Valley now, which I think, was that? Whose home map was that? It's actually Barles, so Tatau's happy to play on Valley. It's his choice, Tatau's choice now. And here we go. All right. I know people who really like Barles in color 6 are going to be annoyed I switched the colors, but that's like one of the worst color combinations for people who are colorblind. So we're going to switch that. Tatau goes for Slavs. And we have the new version of Valley. I talked a lot about this. We saw some epic games. The OG version of Valley, very wallable. There was food in the middle, but there wasn't a lot of food in the middle. Are we supposed to have these crocodiles out here? Our base, maybe look into that. I don't think these crocodiles are supposed to be here. I would hate to see villagers die in Dark Age because of some crocs. I guess there's only 2 of them. Either way, there's like 10k food in the middle last time I checked. You do have the occasional deer. If you want to push in a deer or 2. But otherwise, you're going to have to mill the middle if you want the chickens. And yeah, I can add the flags now. Sorry, things are a little bit more relaxed. No, he's not from French Polynesia. Slavs is not a pick that you typically see that frequently in tournaments. I think it's a good civ, and it's a good civ for Tatau's style. But it's just not a pick that has as many early bonuses. I do think if Tatau gets the farming eco going, and Tatau wants to go all-in Castle Age, which is one of his favorite things to do, it's one of the best civs for it. Tatau loves all-in Knights and Siege. I've seen a lot of games where Tatau goes Scorpions and Knights. So, do want to just double-check the draft, though. Like, what was the situation with the priority? So, he picked Slav second. So, he lost with Bohemians, which was 3rd pick. He picked Slav second. And then Barles picked Korean second. I'm getting used to the draft thing. That's pretty nice. Barracks for Tatau. Okay, so we saw from Dragonstar yesterday, some players love the Militia Flood. And Slavs do have a bonus for this. It's not a huge bonus. It's not a bonus that gets any of the chatters going like, whoa, you know? But you get extra pop space from your military buildings. And with these really tight builds, when you need the early barracks, that's really nice. Incas, for example. The Incas, they have extra pop space from their houses, and that's a big reason why the Incas do that, so. All right, so a couple of you guys appreciate that. It's really nice. And then if Tatau wants to go for a stable later, it's also like having a stable in a house. Tatau's found Barles. Neither player pushed in many deer. Sorry, I did notice Barles just pushed in 1 deer, so we got that. I don't think Barles knows exactly what to expect from Slavs. It's not clearly going to be a drush. But he's hoping to push in deer number 2 and not take any risks. Tatau's militia are walking behind this. Tatau should be able to see the deer. I would say, even if you show your hand, you have to stop him from pushing in that deer if you're Tatau. This is a big part. Like, if you've practiced these maps and you know the builds, the drush build can never let the guy push in those deer. Tatau just noticed that. Yeah, he just noticed. Which, to me, took him a lot of time. He's adding farms at home, so he's not going to take the middle. Barles sees the militia now. Barles is like, get out of here! And Tatau's just going to kill the deer. No food for you. And Barles could actually still go eat it. So he's going to get as much food as possible. He drops the barracks. He does have loom, so he should be okay. But let's see how the eco flows behind this. I think Dark Age farms are really underrated, guys. Tatau certainly feels that way. He's got 4 farms. He's the fastest farming civ in the game. He's got that, and he's got the sheep, and he's got more villagers because he didn't click up to feudal age quickly. I think Tatau's going to be more than fine as long as he can click up to feudal. Like, Barles is going to add farms, but he's going to add them much later. He's going to go for the military. I'm guessing it's going to be spears and skirms. Again, Tatau getting housed ever so slightly, like, just these tiny details is not super sharp. The build itself is still really good, though. Do vegans eat the sheeps in AoE too? Question mark. Are there any vegans watching that can let me know? I'm not vegan. And maybe they just farm. I don't know. I'm going to assume that they're still eating the sheep. And maybe they just... Okay, you still eat the sheep? Cool. So I think Tatau's whole build is because he's expecting spears and skirms from Barles, which is what the Koreans do really well. So he's correctly guessing this. We do have the archer range there for Barles. Barles might actually build a mining camp, though. Maybe he wants to go archers. And just like the previous game, Tatau's going to add more militia and plan on man-at-arms. Tatau's scout needs to survive, though. This is really nice play from Barles. He knows Tatau's scout is weaker than his scout, and he knows it can't run away, but he couldn't use... That's so good from Barles. He couldn't use this scout to attack because the militia were there, so he had to bring the spear as well, and now he snipes Tatau's scout. That's well played. Keep an eye on the resources collected, though. The Tatau will have more militia. It is kind of painful for him that he might end up losing one or two of these to the scout and the spearman, but he's actually microed it really well. Barles will not want to lose that scout. I think Tatau has correctly predicted exactly what Barles is going to do here, too. Because it is skirmishers. And here come more militia. Let's go. Yo, Chris on YouTube, thank you. Welcome. He says, I'm late to the stream. Did I miss anything? I just survived a Persian triple Dark Age Feudal Age TC drop at 800 elo. Submit that in the Discord, please. Triple TC drop. All right, well, hey, congratulations on that. I doubt we'll see that here. Man-at-Arm upgrade is in. And Arson is free for the Slavs, so they'll destroy buildings very quickly. And Tatau also gets Horse Collar for all future farms. Yeah, Tatau's eco is flying right now. Barles isn't applying any pressure. He's just defending. And the Koreans typically want to be applying pressure. At least against the Civ with good eco. So Tatau likes to control the game with his army. Tatau, nice little base as well. It's very open on the front. But there is a nice natural wall to protect the wood and the gold in the back. Barles is working on doing the same right now. The 3 man-at-arms go this way. Barles has an overchop, so he's fine. 2 man-at-arms are over here. Barles is still adding skirm, so he's fine. Tatau is on his 7th man-at-arm right now. Infantry fans rise up. It's just so cool the variety of games we're seeing on this map. We saw the approach with the early militia and the mills. We now see the approach from Tatau where he goes for the early militia and now man-at-arms. And no mill in the middle. And then you have the players like Barles who just refuse to take the risk to be in the middle at all. And they're just going to play safe at home. But Barles is under a lot of pressure right now. There's a lot happening. And this is what you get with Tatau. You get crazy army games, which it didn't feel like it fit the previous game. It fits now. Look at how strong the Arson man-at-arms are. Barles has to quick wall and repair his archer range to keep it alive. Still, he's just making skirms. Still, Tatau's adding farms. Still, Tatau's got control, but he will not have the scouting. Barles has that scout on auto scout. So he'll be scouting the rest of the map right now. His score will rise because of it. There's definitely a point where you should stop making man-at-arms, right? You have so many. I feel like once you get to 9, you got to live with that. You got to be happy with that. But maybe I'm wrong. Because the skirms, once they get to a decent enough number, are still whittling you down. You got to reach castle age at some point. Chat says no. You guys are like, no, thank you. You want more infantry. But maybe, just hold on. Maybe we'll have more infantry as we go. All right, I want to get a couple hellos in and a couple thank yous because, you know, long day. been live for a minute, and lots of people are here. Thank you, everybody, collectively, for showing up. This is the last day of Titans League Platinum week 1 of 5. We are technically missing a Viper series and Viper Vivi series. That'll be tacked on to week 2. But yeah, thanks for the support already. Appreciate everyone on YouTube. I am live streaming on YouTube. There's been a lot of requests on that, so we're testing it out for this season. So thanks for watching there as well. And Tatau's infantry is just going to go off into the distance and think about life and ponder existence. And he's just... I think he's going to circle back in Castle Age, maybe. But yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you, Chris Alice, for the 20 months on Twitch. Thank you, General Egg, for the 32. Thank you, Reverse. Thank you, Kath, for sticking around. These are some long-time resubs. I'm going to need some coffee at some point. But we have to keep it moving today because I have a flight to catch to go home for family stuff. And so we will have very little breaks. So we might have a T90 steps away in Dark Age moment just to get some coffee. Look how paranoid Barles is right now. He's full expecting this army to arrive. And Tatau's just over here chilling with the animals. Tatau's playing Farmville over here. I've never played Farmville, so I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know if there's any fish or chickens or anything, but I also don't think Barles is looking. Just passing. I don't think he was looking for that army either. I think that's just Auto Scout right now. Though I don't see Barles use Auto Scout as frequently. Maybe it's not Auto Scout. Maybe it's manual. He really should be scouting the front of Tatau's base to see if Tatau's going to stay on infantry right now. And Tatau's going to add scouts and play this arena style. Slavs do have really fast monks. I love that bonus. So, with all the relics positioned on the little sandy river here, it could be a good play. And Tatau's adding scouts. He definitely wants to kill the spearmen, and he will take them. Oh, that's a really nice find. Hi, T90. Do you read live YouTube comments? Yes, I do have it up. But reading 2 separate chats while also casting the game is not easy, so. Anywhere I stream, I'm not going to catch every comment, so. I do my best. Someone on YouTube says Farmville does not exist since 2012 at least. Really? It doesn't exist? It has to exist. It has to exist. I just feel like certain people stop playing it and don't expect it to still be a thing. It's definitely got to still be a thing, right? Has to be. All right, so Barles finds a couple things here. He finds the stable. Tatau is going to heal up his man-at-arms inside the town center. This is now their retirement. But unfortunately, they're going to have to come out of retirement at some point. So this is like, maybe not retirement. This is just a break period. They're taking a nap right now. But I just love how calculated Tatau's played with the map control. And this is going to be a boomy game. Second town center, third town center coming up for Barles. Tatau's going for a ram with the Scorpio, though. That's interesting. I guess he wants to put the infantry inside the ram. I mean, it could be strong. There's not a lot of army from Barles. More than anything, I'd like to see him maybe work on getting those relics. I think this scout's going to be important for Barles. But the economy upgrades are good for Tatau, and Tatau, with the best farming civ in the game, has certainly collected a lot of food. Farmville 2 was released in 2012? Okay. I mean, I'm not a Farmville guy, so. Listen, I'm not one to play really old games. I move on, and I just think it's embarrassing that someone would play a game so old. 2012? Are you kidding me? Like, who are you? I'm all about the latest and greatest, baby. All right? I love change. Change? That's my favorite. So, yeah, give me all the new stuff. Unless it's Fire Lancers or Tiger Calf or Heroes in Ranked or any of those things. We don't like that new stuff, but yeah. Being sarcastic, obviously, because, you know, this game is older than some of the people watching right now. Tatau, he does see this. He has vision on this. He doesn't seem to care about it. And he is going to move forward. And I don't think Barles saw this. Can we get some ram choo-choos in chat right now? Choo-choo! Dude, this is gonna hit so hard. Barles has nothing to stop these rams. He might have even forgot about the man-at-arms, right? Because he hasn't seen him in a long time. But yeah, out of nowhere, Barles is trying to do damage. He can't do any damage because Tatau has a Scorpion there. And look at how fast that archer range goes down. I mean, bye-bye. I mean, this is panic time. And losing the barracks is a problem too. Fire Lancers are an important unit for the Koreans. That barracks is going to go down as well. Barles immediately with double tower and a siege workshop to make a rocket cart. But the archer range will be gone. Honestly, the siege workshop could be gone. Like, Tatau could continue in here. This is beautiful. I think if he focuses the siege workshop, he'll actually take it. But he's expecting a rocket cart to be in queue. And so he thinks this army is going to die. But guys, this is great value from this army. This army has already accomplished a lot. Imagine if Tatau, though, wins the game because of it. He's got villagers in there repairing the rams. The long swords are out of the rams to attack the vills. Down will go the tower. And now the rocket cart's on the way. Let's see if the rocket cart could actually come out. Barles looks completely shocked by this. If he went siege workshop first, it would have been crazy. But yeah, siege workshop will go down. Rocket cart is here, however, and now the units need to escape. No, run, 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 run. Run, run. Save yourselves. Get back to your town center. Let's go. They're going to survive. They're actually going to survive. The same units from Feudal Age have all made it out together. And now he can run back to the town center and heal up again. Dude, what a life. What a life. That's crazy. Honestly, who here would watch that in its own little special short where you just focused on the longswords with no commentary? That feels like a video right there. I mean, we don't even know the end of this story. Hopefully, poor Hardy is doing so much already. But Hardy, I pressed shorts. We could put that on the list. I'd love to like get that recorded game and just follow these guys at Capture H. We'd have to speed it up, I guess. I don't know. I feel like it's worth it. 4th town center for Tatau. Big eco upgrades. And Tatau, while he's only ahead by 10 villagers, his economy seems so much stronger right now. Again, with Koreans, it's all about the pressure, man. Okay, longswords are actually coming forward again. Oh, no, no, no. Don't lose any. No. Oh, okay, they're all alive. Okay, here comes another group. Here comes another group. How will this story end? Will this story end? There's an attack from Barles. Barles is meeting up with longswords and scorpions, though. He's losing a lot. He's distracted. The rams have gone down, which means these longswords will likely die. But not before they get to taste enemy blood one more time. This is so good from Tatau. The longswords are clearing everything here. There's a random tower from Barles. I guess he wanted to start a push there. But he's so distracted. The rocket cart went down to the longswords. The other longswords are going to chill over here. But this push just feels like... It feels like it's a goner the second Tatau spots it. But again, this is exactly why I like Slavs for Tatau. Because he likes the full army all in. I wasn't expecting longswords, to be honest. But I guess with the Koreans having the lancers, it makes sense. Here he comes again. It just won't stop. Here he comes again with another group. And then these guys are about to break in. Still has no clue about this push, which is hilarious. So maybe Barles could do something. But this to me is feeling like it's just getting worse and worse and worse for Barles. His economy is getting worse. His economy is getting raided. He's not getting any counterattacks. And Tatau is just flying. Tatau's getting relics too. And Tatau's bringing villagers forward for a forward castle, guys. He could place the castle right where the archer range sat before. Yep, right there. It's perfect. That wasn't what he was thinking initially, but it makes sense. There's a gap in the enemy walls. It's right next to the town center. This is the Tatau that people get excited about. This is the Tatau we're expecting. There is a castle here from Barles. with the sneak. There's not a lot to back it up, and Scorpions and Rams are on the way. Here, this Ram ejects the longswords, and they will get kills. Here, this castle for Tatau will go up, and here the castle for Barles gets completely denied. Trying to castle drop someone who's going pretty Ram heavy. Probably not the brightest move. But Barles had to try something here, and that is just not going to work. That stone is all lost now. The push has been found. This will all be cleared. The castle's up. Tower and town center will be down. Still longswords in the back. This is a Slav player's dream right here. Infantry and Rams. And we saw like 2 scouts this game. We didn't even make a single knight. This is sick. I think Barles probably knows he's cooked. Probably knows he's dead. But you want to play on. Just ensure that. Everyone matters for so much here. So he's still telling himself crossbows are good against the longswords, which is true. But he doesn't have a big enough mass of them. And he doesn't have the archer ranges anymore. So it's not exactly going to be easy. Tatau, I think, knows he's won the game too. He's running underneath the TC. He's attacking the tower like it's nothing. Tatau's feeling good about life on the way to Imperial Age. And, I mean, what a bounce-back game. Here's the other detail. The other notable detail. This was the home map for Barles, guys. So, like, it's not like this is Tatau's choice, and Barles is like, oh, no. That's fine. I have my own home map. No, this is the Barles map. Game 3 will then be on Tatau's map, because you can play in any order you'd like. So Tatau clearly very comfortable here. Found a strategy to break this. Barles is just completely overwhelmed right now. I forget Tatau's... I think Tatau's home map was Slopes, which has some similarities, where we could see lots of army and there's not a lot of water. And both players should be really capable on these maps. But yeah, I had to do a double take once we started. Because normally you see the player go to their home map, not their opponent's. Detonates completes. 40% of the castle cost is replaced by wood now, so castles are much cheaper. Little choo-choo from Tatau. He'll finally take down this town center, and now he's going to complete this castle as well. Barles has convinced himself that Tatau could never be an imp because he spends this much food and gold. And now he's going to see Imperial Age, and now he realizes, oh crap, his eco is way better than I thought. Awesome bounce-back game from Tatau. That was fun. That was really cool. I mean, he made the man-at-arms, but it was all just to give himself time. And with other civs, you can't make those man-at-arms and be satisfied because you don't have a good economy. But the Slavs' economy is the fastest farmers in the game. Everyone forgets about that. Nobody wants to play the Slavs. And so, yeah, he just kept Barles in his base. The only eco bonus Koreans have is faster stone mining. That's not that important early. And then Barles could never get any solid counterattacks going. So if there's any questions on Tatau from game number 1, I think pretty clearly he's answered them. Barles needs to have maps that are closed against Tatau. The next one's not, but he could maybe wall up a little bit. That was sick, though. The reason you don't see Slavs played frequently at a high level is just because they're predictable. And people don't like predictable civs that aren't super well-rounded. Like, not getting Bracer and not getting Bomber Cannon in later stages eliminates a lot of viable, like, gameplay options. But we also see civs that are predictable be picked because you just can't stop them. So Slavs fell into that category there. So I think, like, players need to lean in towards that if that's their style. A lot of players will not want to play that way. But yeah, fun game. I really made the Koreans pick look kind of weak. But that's how it looked at the start of the series with Barles against Bohemians too. Like, Bohemians looked like a really bad choice because Barles played the Malay so well. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Slav civs. It's one of my favorite civs. You guys know me. I'm known for my farms. You know what bothers me about the farm thing? Is, first off, my farms have been fine for a really long time. But second, I feel like it's an example of one of those jokes where people make the joke and repeat the joke and they don't even know the context. Like, where's the evidence that my farms used to be bad? You can't find it. But you guys are just like, oh, yeah, T90 farm is a bad farm. There actually is a clip or two. I'd once built a farm like 40 tiles away from a town center, but it was a misclick. And then it was clipped and shared around the community. But these days, especially because they added the auto farm placement, I was correct in my take. Auto farm placement is super OP. It just completely makes the game easy for you now. So it's a good quality of life feature for me. Someone on YouTube says, I just got out of the shower and turned on the YouTube stream. Please bring back Regicide Rumble. Yeah, you telling me you just got out of the shower and got here? I thought you were going to say something much weirder than that. Don't worry, I will. All right, here we go. So we've got Burgundians against Romans. Interesting. I thought we'd maybe see Vietnamese here. I thought there was a lot of different options. But Burgundians against Romans was not on my list of matchups here. Romans and Burgundians could be solid in different ways. I think the longer the game goes, the better it is for Burgundians. Because if Burgundians can get to gunpowder, that completely destroys the Romans. But it's Tatau. And Tatau is going to want to play heavy feudal pressure, heavy castle age pressure. Would not be surprised to see more infantry. Just maybe some cav this time, and some rams and scorpions from Tatau. The map is slopes. On either side, you've got some unpushable food, which is the hares. And then you also have the shorefish. That's about 1,000 food there. Double check the math on this. I've checked this before. It's really annoying. You have to select every type of hare. But yeah, that's actually exactly 1,000 food if you don't count the deer. So it would be 1,140 food. But you can push the deer. You can't push the others. So if you want to be, if you don't want to take the risk to place the mill, that's completely fine. But you do have to go to both sides and do that. But man, that is a lot of food available there. That's 2K food on either side. And I would expect Tatau to want to spend it. I think Tatau will maybe go for a drush again or opt for man-at-arms. And then behind that pressure, he'll probably want the mills. My guess is that Barles is going to opt for walls and play more defensive, maybe towards archers. But the Burgundians could also go for Flemish militia starting in feudal age. And Flemish militia and skirmishers are really strong composition. But I don't know how strong that composition is against Roman man-at-arms. Like, super tanky man-at-arms is different. Harry T, that's funny, man. That's funny. Forgot about that. Cantho, thank you for the 11. Thank you, King J. Thank you, Avery. Thank you, Geo. Thank you for the primes. And resubs, everybody. We've got 2 more sets scheduled on the day. This one's been lots of action so far. They've been longer games, but these two have been very efficient once they get the lead, right? Tatau, he wasn't really able to have any chance in game 1, it felt like. And same with Barles, so. Even series, but the next win matters for so much. Who would you pick as the top 3 in the group? I'm going to show the group again. I'm going to ask you now because it's much easier at this stage because it's 1-1 between these two. But you got Leary and MBL at the top. They played 2 promoted players. They smacked them around a little bit. I'm putting Leary in the top 3. That's a guarantee. But then you have to leave out either MBL, Tatau, or Barles. Because I do think Lix and Rapard will end up at the bottom there. There's a sizable amount of chatters right now that are leaving Tatau out of the top 3. And people who are leaving MBL out of the top 3. And people who are leaving Barles out of the top 3. So, that's what makes it fun. Yeah, to beat playoffs, you have to be top 3. If you're first place, you get a bye to the quarterfinals. And you're separated from all the other first place players, which is amazing for your bracket placement. If you're second place, you'll play third place in another group. If you're third place, you'll play second place in another group. And we have seen weak group stages hurt players in who they get matched against. We've also seen that help them, I suppose, depending on what the matchups look like. But I think the one from last season that was notable for me was Viper was not first in his group. And then Viper ended up losing in the round of 12. I think he lost to, was it Sebastian? I forget. You look at Viper's group, now that we're on the topic of Viper, you look at that group right now. And It's an interesting one. I think Sato's playing very well. Mihai's clearly playing very well. We haven't seen Viper play yet. I think Viper's still the favorite for the group, but I don't think... I think he's going to drop some games. I think people are going to be prepped and ready to send it, so... T90, is there a reason why the fantasy team / prediction page is not updated? Because we have to do it manually, and it will take like 24 hours sometimes. So it won't be immediate. We'll try and improve how quickly we update it. But, yeah, we'll get to it as quickly as we can. So Tatau's coming with Man-at-Arms. Barles has been active with the scouting. He sees the mill over here. After checking over here. Now, if you scout this area, if they take the hares, you can actually see the hares are dead in the fog, which is a nice little detail to take advantage of. But he hasn't seen the militia. I think he missed them. I think he's expecting it, but because he scouted the sides, there's too much to scout on this map. He doesn't see it. And so here comes Tatau. Now, Barles has prepped some nice walls. But he's not fully walled. And Tatau, if he were to loop around, could have some success. But I think Barles did see enough. He sees it now. Kind of weird that Tatau decided to attack the house right there. But I think Barles might have caught a glimpse of the militia. The way he's walled up tells me that he's expecting the threat. And now he's adding the Flemish militia. Guys, what happened to the infantryman that got sick? Really bad joke incoming. He became a bit... the joke was like, you have a bit of phlegm. So like Flemish militia, but then I couldn't really figure out how to turn that into a good joke. Nice defense here from Barles. Flemish militia will beat the Man-at-Arms initially. He got a bit phlegmy. These things are really strong, man. They produce so quickly, and you don't need an upgrade. They're so strong. The difference between the builds here is really the timings on it, though, right? Because the walls were down, for Barles, the Man-at-Arms couldn't pay off, and now there's 6 Flemish militia. Tatau's game plan is going to be to get that armor upgrade. He falls all the way back. Flemish militia are a little bit slower than Man-at-Arms. It's by 0.02, which is more than enough for Tatau to back away. A nice patience. And now Barles will see the barracks. I think Barles needs to play archery range now. Archery range is already placed. And Tatau towered this side to protect those vills. Tatau actually got a nice kill there. First kill of the game. Calio says... Why did the fun guy leave the party? Because there was no mushroom. Okay. I don't want all the viewers to leave. So let's maybe cool it with the dad jokes. Or we could just lean into them. I don't know. A really important game here. Tatau scouting this side. And Tatau is walled. So the Flemish militia can't break through. Horse collar and double bit axe already in for Barles. Barles should have the bow saw upgrade on the cards as well here, but I just don't know how good that is on this map. Like, chopping through your trees faster, it can actually kind of hurt you, because then you just need to spend it on another lumber camp soon after anyways. I love how active the players have been with this scouting. They make it look easy. The Tatau has now confirmed that Barles has never moved out. I think it's to be expected, though. And Tatau, 5% greater efficiency at all times with the Romans. So he'll feel like economically he can compete here with the Burgundians. 7 Man-at-Arms this game. Last game he made like 8 or 9 in Feudal. And he never made an archery range. Will he need an archery range here? There's certainly an archery range for Barles. Barles has the Flemish militia and the archer. He wants to kill this. But Tatau has got a lot of control now. Like, Tatau could just farm up at home. Armor's in. They take the fight. Armor's in for Barles as well, but I don't think there's enough archers for that to be a good fight for him. Maybe I'm wrong, though. I have not seen this matchup that frequently. Honestly, that's surprising to me. That's crazy to me. I would have expected the Roman double armor to have made a bigger difference there. That's a crazy clear up. Can someone please remind me the cost of a Flemish militia? Because Capture Age doesn't show it. I think we need to talk about the difference in the cost as well. Again, you don't need an upgrade to make them. You could just make them instantly when you get to Feudal. Armor after the armor upgrade. So they get one base melee armor, which I guess the Man-at-Arms don't get. 25 food, 25 gold. Yeah, that's so cheap. So it's like 30, 25 is what Wiki's saying. Okay, 30, 25 against what, 60, 20? It's a crazy difference. But, I mean, there has to be some upside. The upside, of course, if the upside's not there, so the production speed and the cost isn't there, you would just die to Man-at-Arms every time. 50, 20. Oh, yeah, 60 is the old cost, right? And you have to get Man-at-Arms, which is 100 food and 40 gold. So, yeah. We saw it a lot in Empire Wars, but we're seeing it here. Flemish militia are very, very strong for the Burgundians. It actually makes them a viable option on more open maps. You would never have seen them played on any map but Arena before that change. Nice pick off there from Tatau. Oh, that's so good, especially if he can save the scout. That's really nice. He picks off that archer. This means he has a little bit more time. Beautiful find there from Tatau. Now, once Tatau gets the next armor upgrade and gets longsword, I'd expect the fights to be a bit better. He is getting forging now. And Barles is sensing that Tatau might be up. Barles using the market, and he clicks up as well. But remember, the Man-at-Arms are faster. Slightly faster, but that means Tatau, if he has the superior army numbers, he can maybe force the fight. And he's getting some really nice damage output there. That's so good. Barles really needed that third archer here. Barles still has the scout active on the right side. Tatau is recouping the loss of the stone. He's getting enough stone to at least build a second TC. I do think this is going to be full army from Tatau with maybe a second town center. Nothing more. He's collecting enough stone to build the second TC. Straight 3 town centers would be kind of tough to flood military. Tatau's castle age time is crazy. That is a sub 19-minute castle age time. My 0 elo Unk would be flabbergasted to see that time. Because there's also been army, which Unk is working on. But he'll get better at it. Don't worry. A reminder, we have the Unk emote. But if Romans got arson, they would be so strong. They do not. But imagine if they got arson, they could bust through the buildings that much faster. I still think Tatau could work on it. The nice thing for Tatau is that Tatau knows the stones are all on the outside of the walls from Barles. So he doesn't have to worry about Barles playing into Coustilier, which would be my concern. Tatau's town center is going up over here, which is really good, but he does need to protect himself from this. So he quickly drops some houses. He does have the siege workshop for some defensive scorpions, but it still could be a problem. Things are looking problematic for Barles, though. He doesn't have a lot of initiative right now. He needs that initiative. He does complete arson. He does reach castle age. So the Flemish militia will take down the houses very quickly. Tatau might need a panic market or something. He didn't have the time to back up, and he didn't have the space for that. It feels like these units are going to get through for Barles. Barles also building town center number 2 on the left side. Yeah, Barles is through. No, he's not. Damn, well played from Tatau. He needs to wait and get this scorpion over here. He is really idle right now, and he doesn't have the eco upgrades that Barles does. But, I mean, Barles is able to hold because of no arson. Barles has Flemish militia behind, and he's making a monk. So I think I really like what Barles has done here. Tatau having to build an entirely new siege workshop at quick wall like this, it hurts his economy, and Barles should be fine. Yeah, Barles has the Flemish militia now. Tatau's going to take the fight. They engage. I'm expecting the Roman man-at-arms to wreck because I feel like they should because they have the double armor, and he researched the Castle Age armor upgrade. But again, it does feel like the Flemish militia can compete. Nah, based on all the stats I'm seeing here, the Flemish militia should get completely wrecked. Barles will find Tatau's TC on the side. Longswords are chasing this down. Scorpions will probably be out as well. The scout is still active for Tatau as well. Very close game. Very close game. I think the speed difference helps the longsword so much here. And that's not something that I've really seen be that obvious to me in games. But now you're looking at a significant speed difference because Squires isn't in yet for Barles. And third town center for Tatau. I like this town center. It protects this area. I think if you go fully to the left, then your base is too spread out and too exposed. So the 2 in the middle, the 1 on the side makes a lot of sense. Also, the town center for Barles is on the stone side. There's a stone and a gold side. So he didn't actually town center that area. Tatau did. You have to scout that and decide on that in the game. Longsword still running around. Now that Squires is in. It's still now it's a 0.03 speed boost difference for Tatau. So that's slight. But he's got scorpions and he's got rams again, guys. It's deja vu. We've been here before. It's a build that Tatau seems to really believe in right now. And he might bring the ram and everything right for this town center. And Barles clearly is worried about this. Barles is dropping the tower, and is a tower really what you want to defend from scorpions and swordsmen? Like, that is a really awkward looking tower. Tatau getting some nice hits there. He doesn't want to lose his scorpions, though. He might need to bring his longswords in. I think Tatau's getting a little too crazy here. That's the nature of the build, though. The scorpions are still cheap, so maybe this is acceptable. The scorpion's underneath the town center, though. Losing that scorpion would be really sloppy. Man, if Tatau just showed a little bit of patience there. With patience there, I think he still has the scorpions, and he could be pushing this town center. But he wasn't able to be patient. Guys, the big thing about Tatau, there's one thing that he is almost always later to than other players. Is wheelbarrow. It's been a consistent theme for Tatau for years. In the previous game, I was actually surprised. I was like, oh, Tatau got wheelbarrow at 70 bills. Nice. But yeah, he still doesn't have that upgrade. He's actually kind of late on eco upgrades in general compared to most. But that's because he goes so aggressive. And like, I don't see what Barles is supposed to do to kill this. The Roman man-at-arms are clearly superior. And the scorpions are a good thing to back it up. And I think he wanted a castle, which is why he town centered the stone. But he had to build the tower, which even further delays the castle. Tatau is going to be moving in for this town center pretty soon. Like, this is dangerous. I think what Barles is lacking is a siege workshop. I think if he had a mangonel or two, maybe then he could take some of this out. But Flemish militia were good in feudal. They're definitely good in early castle, but now that it's Roman longswords and they have the upgrades they do, it does not seem like the stats really work out. And Tatau's adding more barracks. Tatau's 2 siege workshops are pumping. Tatau dropping the 4th TC. Guys, Tatau just, he has to end this fast. It's a bad matchup for the Romans long term, but it's perfect for Tatau stylistically because he loves to do this. He's just making a decision now. Because there was resistance here. He saw the army. There's a lot there from Barles. And so now he's shifting over to the left. What does Barles see? Okay, Barles knows. Yeah, he definitely doesn't see Tatau here anymore. So Barles is YOLOing the castle. I think what Tatau might do is just try and stop this. But I think after Tatau sees it's on the way up, you just got to shift right back towards the main base, honestly. You're not going to deny this castle. I don't know if you can stay underneath the castle of Coustilier or Incu. That's the right move from Tatau. He could have been stubborn there. Right move from Barles, though. He's moved to the middle of the map now, and he's catching a lot of these scorpions as they move forward. Scorpions that don't have ballistics yet. Barles has just left his base, though. So Barles won't have military defense there. At least not for a time. And yeah, scorpions are going down. Tatau's rams still haven't done too much. Barles is stonewalling. The stonewalls are so good. The unit that can win you, that can turn this game around, is in that castle right there. Coustilier could be really strong. And Tatau's getting ballistics. Tatau's going to push the base again with the scorpions because all the army is forward for Barles. Honestly think Tatau's going to be fine here. I don't think he'll take significant damage to this. He snipes the monks. He will lose some scorpions, but he's still pushing. Barles is YOLOing. He's trying to buy a castle, guys. He knows this is dangerous. Tatau's units can't make it through that weird little choke. He's going to run in. There's a castle back there from Barles. But can he save his town center? And can he keep his units alive here? I still think the longswords and the scorpions are going to do big things. Tatau's diving. Tatau sees the castles going up. It's at 60%. Villagers will die here. And if enough villagers die, this is worth it for Tatau. He doesn't have that big of a villager lead. He might lose his whole army. He will lose his scorpions now. He kills 16 villagers. Is that enough, though, if it's now double castle for Barles? But, man, Barles' eco is a wreck. And he's repairing the castle. He needs to move... Oh, that's so bad. He needs to move away from the castle there. He's not able to realize. You move away from the castle, and the castle fire will actually shoot those longswords. Those longswords got a lot of value. The vill count was really close until that last batch of vills got killed. And now it's 100 villagers for Tatau and 71 villagers for Barles. And Barles only has 2 town centers, and Tatau has 4. So I think offensively, it actually becomes really difficult for Tatau now, because he's going to have to just react. His base is super open, and longswords die to the Custelier, but he's going to just switch into the pike upgrade. If he can have pikes around the map, he's fine, but these units are mobile. There can be raids over here. There can be raids over here. Like, Barles is basically going to... He's not going to be taking any damage. And I know the vill count looks bad for Tatau, but Barles has the more mobile unit. So I think Barles actually has the potential to still take this to Imp, where it's a better matchup. He does the perfect thing here, but going to both sides and the middle. And Tatau gets 1 conversion. And Tatau does lose a monk over here. Tatau has to be careful here. Here's what I think happens. I think Tatau has to invest into so many pikemen, he doesn't go Imperial Age. Barles could actually stop producing. Oh, there's a hole there. Barles could stop producing and maybe go Imp into gunpowder here. Feels bad at 78 vills. But you know Tatau's going to be flooding the map with pike. But great damage there from Barles. I guess there was an overchop from Tatau or something. Maybe he forgot to build a palisade. But still 30 villager lead for Tatau, even though he just lost 7. He's going to start to lock down the map a little bit. He wants that castle. I think he will eventually complete it because the pikes are on the way. Monk is also there too. I was going to say, this is a very greedy monk because he isn't converting. Oh, yeah, gets the conversion. Now he gets the relic. Barles stops producing the units because he sees the pikes. And, ooh, has to be careful. And Tatau is imping. Wow. I find it very easy when you have as many barracks as Tatau does to overmake pikemen there and delay your imp. I guess the eco lead's significant, but that's really good work from Tatau. Man, what a push. What a crazy push. I was kind of worried for Tatau after the first game, because the first game he was pushing, but it was on a map that you didn't really expect that to be a good play. Now, you still have some composition problems against Burgundian gunpowder, but you're hoping that you can take good enough trades because you could just make more units. It's a shame that Centurions are as expensive as they are. I think they're like 80 gold. The unit is... There's just no real reason you should ever make a Centurion, except if you want to look cool. So that's not a great option for the Romans. But I like Halb. And I don't mind Ram. I think Scorpions get a little bit tricky to use if Burgundians get gunpowder. But again, Barles still only has 92 vills. He doesn't have Burgundian vineyards to give him gold income from the farms. There's so many steps. He's behind right now. Oh, nice work from Barles. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, that's sick. Pulled the weak one back and gets the snipe. But now he's going to lose his units to the castle, so. There's barracks everywhere. Ram there for Tatau. I think he needs to eventually build up 5 to 6 rams. If he can get siege ram with Halb, very difficult for gunpowder to stop the rams. You put the infantry inside, and yeah, you basically have to take down the rams before you can ever hit the infantry. Anything you use, like cav to attack the rams, will get surprised by the infantry hopping out. Halb's siege ram is a really good comp here, and Tatau should know it. More barracks on the left side. Tatau's an imp. Upgrades are coming in. Yeah, Romans have skirms, but they have really poor skirms. And they also don't get bomber cannon. They also don't get, like, siege onager. So they lack Bracer. So their skirms aren't great. They don't get Bombar Cannon. Their unique unit's kind of too expensive for what it does. But they do one thing really, 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 really well. And that is infantry and siege. And that is precisely what Tatau is doing. And you just look at this now for Barles. He's waiting for chemistry. He has to wait a minute. He's making the archer ranges here. He just doesn't have the time. And this is his gold too. Like, he does have a little bit of gold over here. He had to garrison, but like, he just deleted that one archer range because he knows he can't build here. Tatau is castling his face. Tatau's exploding in population. He's almost 200 pop. He is getting raided, but when you have 140 villagers, whatever. He's actually pushing the main base, and Siege Ram could be on the way as well. Look at his food count. And crazy plays from Tatau. Just all in Castle Age. In this game, we actually see Imp. The previous one, I guess we did, but that forced Barles to tap out. Barles is still thinking Gunpowder changes this. But I just don't know. Like, even if he could push this castle back, all that Tatau's going to do... Hello, Trev. Oh, no, 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 no! Don't let him in, you traitors! Oh, my God. These villagers are the worst. They're going to work, and they're letting the infantry in. The Trebs will get sniped. This Treb also rolled out. And, well, even if he could take this... start attacking this castle and that didn't happen, Tatau would just repair this and give himself time and he would push the sides with everything else. But that is tragic for Barles. The villagers actually went to work and now we're now we're mad at them. But yeah, Siege Ram is in. You just can't stop Siege Ram. It's a lot of randomness for Tatau. Like, there's lots of buildings everywhere, lots of units everywhere. It's a little messy. But 5 Siege Rams with Halbs inside. Push this, and it's GG. He even has... he has just one lonely ram up here, dude. And here comes another one. Well, that TC's going to be gone. Yeah, and here we go. Choo-choo! Look how strong it is against Gunpowder. It's crazy. Because Gunpowder does so little damage. And, yeah, then you use the Vills against the Rams. And then Tatau's will have army surprise. And by then, your Trebuchet is already doing damage on the backside. And it's just so tough to address. Tatau has played it perfectly here, guys. Strong start. Titans League Season 5 for Tatau. I think an acceptable start for Barles to get one win off of him. But it's going to be a tough fight. Everything's getting raided up here. The villagers don't have a town center anymore. Tatau will drop a castle on the left as well. And Barles will still fight because of the significance of the game and because Burgundian Gunpowder's insane. But he doesn't have an answer to the Rams. The Rams just tank so much. If you're ever up against a really strong range unit, that's not Mangadai. Do not do this against Mangadai. You can add in Siege Ram, and if you add in Siege Ram with everything else, you could have, in theory, worse army and still be fine. And you have to use it like this as well. Different Rams to the sides, forcing the issue in different areas. Tatau gets the win. Fun series. I think for Barles, the flow of the game was the tricky thing. Early Feudal was good. Early Feudal was clearly a good opening from him. He knew exactly what Tatau was going to do. Early Castle, when he was going through the list of things he could try, he felt he needed to have a castle up and going unique unit. So there's a conscious effort. He town centers the left side, and he's on this stone. So that is on his mind, but it takes so long. So that is from the 20-minute mark to like, I mean, when did he get the castle up? It took forever. He gets the castle up at the 30-minute mark, and that just allows Tatau to cook up. Tatau could have relatively full map control and 4 town centers. So maybe what was unfortunate here for Barles, now that you look at it, he didn't have any of his stone in a super walled position. Maybe the way he walled was the mistake. Maybe when he walled up, he needed to actually wall including this stone. I mean, in Tatau's case, like if Tatau wanted to do that, Tatau had the stone further back. But I mean, you got to think about that. Or don't play into a castle at all. Maybe try and play Cavalier. with Flemish Militia, or play like crossbow with Flemish Militia. That's what a lot of people will try. But Tatau loves his infantry, gets 2 wins. I'm excited to see both these players play. Obviously, we'll see that 4 more times in the group stage to see where they end up. Good set of Titans League 5. If you're watching later on YouTube, leave a like, leave a comment, please. And yeah, more action coming. We've got 60 total sets in Platinum League. And I'm not one to brag, but so far I have predicted every single one correct to the game, except for one series, because freaking Dark threw a game. But beyond that, my predictions are looking really good in the prediction contest right now. So I'm feeling good about that. To everyone who's wondering about their predictions, that will be updated as quickly as we can. I know it wasn't updated coming into today. The fantasy team as well. I think we had a bug, but I think the fantasy teams have been updated on our site there. So thanks. We had 1,300 fantasy teams made and 700 prediction contests entered. So that's like easily double what we had last time around. So yeah, appreciate that. Also, if you go to that site, YouTube, this is pinned. Everybody else on Twitch, you could use the TTL command. If you check this out as we go, I mean, it's not really helpful this very moment because it's still super early on, right? But as you go, what you could do is you could look through the potential results and you can lab out where players are going to potentially end up with the probabilities. So this is a super good feature to use in like round 3 and beyond. So gold and silver, you can look at this right now to get a feel where people are going to end up. So also on that site, we have new merch, which I should probably show you real quick before we move into the next one. We've got new merch. I know there's been some questions on merch. Some of that you might need to ask Fourth Wall. I do have a Fourth Wall rep I could speak to, but basically, I know you guys want to support the content, but sometimes you don't get anything back in return, except for, I guess, like tons of free entertainment. But either way, there's merch here. Every purchase, a couple bucks comes towards me at least. We got some new items, and I switched companies, so I've tested the quality, and the quality is better than what I had on Teespring for a while. We have some of our classic stuff on there too, but if you want to check it out, just check that out on the site. Had some people getting some mugs and some shirts and whatnot, which is all good. All right. Lord Squirrel the Paints, it says T90. I heard we get a free sub if all predictions are right. Yes. If you get every single prediction right for the entire season, I will gift you a sub. Absolutely. Yeah. Sounds like a deal. I don't know if that's ever happened. So I feel pretty comfortable with that promise. So I could promise that to everybody, to be honest. Hopefully 600 people don't get them all right. But yeah. Yo, Puprup, thank you for the 10 gifted. Bilbo Begains, thank you for the 12 months. Thank you so much. Glad you like it. I do need to double check the situation on our next series. Oh, this is so good, man. Shout out to the players. Sebastian and Andy are going to start drafting very soon, it seems. So we're shifting up the schedule today because I have a flight and I have to go home to see family. And so we had asked the players to basically just be ready to play as quickly as possible. And yeah, they're drafting for us. Oh, that's so sick. I'm going to message them all later. And I'm going to tell them individually how much I appreciate this. This is good. This is great. Because per the schedule, we'd have to wait 30 minutes. We have no wait time at all. Oh, that's so good. Let me get the scoreboard switched over. Seriously, though, like this, I'm really stressed right now with the funeral and TTL and all the travel. This makes me so happy because I was so worried we were going to miss the third set. Nice. All right. So it's Sebastian on the left. I'm fixing my scoreboard. And then it is Andy on the right. And you can tell by the map picks if you know the style of players. Play all 3, group stage. What has been the best game of TTL for you guys so far? I don't know if I have an answer. I'd have to think about it a little. The Dragon Star Tatau series yesterday was crazy fun to watch. Daniel versus Dudaju? What, the series that took 20 minutes? I don't know about that one. The Jordan Dogal game. The Jordan Dogal game in gold was crazy. That's true. Where Jordan had to go for the panic Ellies. That was good. There's been some good sets in silver and gold. We'll be covering the final weeks of silver, the decider. I don't know if we have the upload yet, but I literally just sat down in front of a Google Calendar last night and recorded what the schedule is for TTL. So if you keep an eye on extras, that'll be up eventually. It's like 4 minutes, and I'm just like, hey, here's what the next month and a half looks like. Here's what we're covering when. That is in the drafts right now, so that's not uploaded just yet. That'll be up soon. So I could also just show you right now, chat, if you're interested, but I'm not going to talk about it like I did in the video, per se. When is Viper Vivi? Viper Vivi will be next week. So Platinum coverage is Friday through Monday. We aim to do 3 sets a day. In this case, Viper was sick, so he couldn't play, so we'll have one day with 4 sets. We'll have double the Viper, double the Vivi action for the second round. Yo, Baxter, thanks for the 27 months, my friend. Welcome in. Okay, what's game number 1? Stranded. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Let's go. Stranded. What a map. That's a crazy map. It's rare, but if you have a game on Stranded where one player isn't really far ahead in early castle, it's some of the most ridiculous Castle Age games because no one can just place a defensive castle and play Imperial Age like in standard AoE. Sometimes going Imp is actually a mistake on that map. It's one of my favorite maps, which is why it's in the map pool. Yeah, let's get the we'll get the civs up on screen. I might step away to get some coffee here, chat. So you might have to deal with some tunes. Coffee sounds amazing right about now. Yeah, they'll be picking civs. What did the admins use to pick the map? Super confusing that it says admin pick. If I had it my way, that would never show because it just confuses viewers. So don't be confused by that. The way it works, so anytime it says admin pick, typically that is just like the neutral map. So on that Civ draft, you go ban, pick, and then they go for all those bans. And then there's 3 maps that will be remaining after their bans for this season, and it randoms in what the first one is. So I guess that is why it says admin pick. But admin pick is confusing because I feel like you guys as a viewer might assume that my admin chose the map, right? Which is not the case. We don't have like one of my mods being like, no, we're going to do that one. That's not it at all. No, our base, we cannot do that. We can't have every game on Force Nothing and Pond Nothing or whatever our base would want. Probably not those maps, but... Yo, GJ, thank you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it in. Jersey, thanks for the 14. You're welcome. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys a story right now that my fiance said I could tell chat, but she's a little embarrassed by it. I think it's hilarious, okay? This is, for those watching on YouTube Live right now, this is the type of stuff you don't normally get in the video. Actually, that's not true because I tell stories in videos. So, if you use the cat emote right now, you'll get to see one of my cute kitties, all right? He's a cute boy. He is, he has a wide range of emotions. So he can be a very anxious boy. He can be very sweet. He can have some attitude. He can be very chill. He has it all, okay? And occasionally when he gets like really anxious, he has this bad habit of I'm embarrassed to say, he will like hump a stuffed animal a little bit. And we have a couple stuffed animals around the house because my fiance, you know, likes her stuffies and stuff. And so this morning she was on a work call with students. Okay, so this wasn't like all grown adults. There's like high school students on a Zoom call because she helps out a lab. And behind her was one of her stuffed animals on the chair. And during the call, the cat, he gets up on the chair and starts to do his thing. And then she realized, and she tried to like reposition herself in front of the camera so no one could see him. But then he kept like, you know, repositioning and stuff. And then so she freaked out and she like shut off her camera and then she threw the stuffed animal out of the room. She was so embarrassed, but it's so funny, dude. It's so funny. So I haven't found out yet. She apparently reached out to a coworker and said, like, did you see my cat? I haven't found out if anyone noticed, but I think that's hilarious, dude. That's so funny. But yeah, he just does that, you know, every once in a while. And he's a cat that needs a lot of like mental stimulation or he starts doing weird stuff. So if I don't like play with him for an hour, I'm not exaggerating, by the way, an hour. If it's not an hour at night, he's like howling, whoa, whoa. Like he's like dragging toys around the room and like he sounds annoying. But it's great to have a cat that isn't like just straight up lazy. So I thought you guys would think that's funny. Also, the amount of people that are saying relatable is slightly concerning to the whole, you know, stuffed animal situation, but you guys get it. Animals are they do weird things sometimes. So all right, Persians, Incas, and Cumans for Sebastian so far. Cumans, eh? That might be for Toulouse. Yeah, that could be for Toulouse. Because Toulouse a regicide start. You can get to feudal age super quickly with lots of food. I don't know if that's guaranteed that he plays it, but that would definitely be a Toulouse pick. Yeah, my cat is very dog-like. He plays fetch. He doesn't really like to go outside. I guess that's different between a dog. But yeah, he like plays fetch. He's very interactive. He needs to be played with. Yeah, that's pretty much it. He like licks me a bunch like a dog would. Maybe he grew up with a dog and he thinks he's a dog because he's never looked in a mirror. I don't know. I don't think that was the case. She had him before we met. He was like 1 or 2 before we met. And the cat's like 8 or 9 now. And he was like basically abandoned and she saved him. So that's why I think he's so anxious. He was found in a garage. He was abandoned. He was like a garage kitty. They almost named him Wrench because they found him with the wrenches. Decided against it, so. All right, draft is good. They're going to start any second now. I'm going to go get my coffee. We'll do a quick chopper break. I'll come back re-energized. Thanks again, everybody. We could talk less about cats and more about Titans League stuff once I return. So if you have some questions, just save them. I'll be right back.
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Chopper. Chopper. Chopper.
Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degradar, excavar, remendar. Agora voy
chopper, 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 chopper.
Alrighty, folks. Thank you for waiting. And thanks for the kind words and good energy today. Quick look at the group here before we get into things. Series is about to begin between Sebastian and freaking Andy. It never fails. There's always one or two people that are super confused when I play that song. I still can't imagine. I've never shown up to a community before expecting one thing and been surprised by something that would be quite as weird as hearing Choppa. But I think that's like the initiation into our weird little community here. Here's the group. So in Group C, we only had one set play. And it was a great series between ACCM and Lewis. Now that is the exception so far where a newly promoted player has not just got swept. That was Lewis getting the win. So he still lost, but he got a win at least. Now you've got freaking Andy up against Sebastian about to start. Nikov and running is our third set today. So we'll know what Group C looks like after this. Freaking Andy, his breakout season, his breakout like rise to the top of the pros, let everybody know who he is, was in Titans League. Some of you were probably here for that. I think it was maybe season 3. I think I was still streaming on Facebook at the time. But the thing was he beat Hera 2-1 in group stage, and then he went to playoffs. So there were some crazy games there. And since then, he's always been around the top. He's really good in TTL. I think he drafts well for play all threes. And I think it's really hard to sweep him. I think you look at Andy and you might say he's almost always going to win his home map. So that's like 5 guaranteed wins if that's the case. Or I guess, is it 5? Yeah, 5. So I like Andy a lot for TTL. And so honestly, I'd feel bad even thinking that he would not make it out of this group. And then Sebastian is insane. Sebastian, one of his breakout seasons was also in Titans League when he played up against Viper. You guys might remember it was like back in season 1 or season 2. I think he ended up getting relegated, and now he's back. And Sebastian feels like he's top 8, top 10 to me in the world right now. So I'm going to lean Sebastian 2-1 for this series, but I think it would be really close. And then Nikov and running later on will be interesting as well. But yeah, tell me if you agree, disagree, or have any thoughts on it, guys. But I like both of these players a lot. And there's a series in my head where they played against each other. I think it was really close. Stylistically, it's a very interesting matchup. Because they're just different. They prefer different types of maps. Sorry, we got to get into it now. Yeah, I predicted 2-1 for Sebastian, I believe, in my predictions, yes. But this map with Andy is dangerous. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Sorry, folks. We had to get coffee and we do a little intro. I don't think we're too far behind. We've got another series in TTL 5 Plat. A big one here between freaking Andy and Sebastian. And we've got Stranded to start it off. Now, Stranded, this is a Nomad start. We have changed it ever so slightly. So while it's a Nomad start, we make it so the players can almost always find a nice TC spot. Now, in Andy's case, he ends up with 2 elephants right next to his town center. So that's actually insane. So he's got 2 elephants. The wood line's not as good. He's obviously TC'd the golds. And you start weirdly enough with a fishing ship before you have the dock on this map. So that ends up leading to very smooth starts because by the time your dock completes, you already had this fishing ship with some food. We've got the Italians for Andy, cheap fishing ships, cheaper up to the next stage. Great civ when incorporating water and land. Then we have Persians for Sebastian, same deal. Both these civs are pretty much even with each other. You start with extra res. TCs and docks have bonuses. And Persians are less of a long-term Navy civ, but this isn't a long-term Navy map. The water is important up until, like, basically mid-Castle Age. So, Sebastian, I know he doesn't have 2 elephants directly next to his TC, but this guy is walking around right now. So, I think he's going to walk back. Basically, elephants or any animals have a wandering range, so they'll wander over a couple tiles. And if a wood line generates where they walk back and forth, they will then walk to the other side of the wood line. So, we'll do it this year as well. We're running a community version of Titans League. So, we'll have the Wood League, the Paper League, the Cardboard League. We'll have leagues for every ELO range. So, if you want to play that, TTLC command in Twitch, we still have over a month until the signups end. But I played, okay? And I'm playing against a community member who's a solid player. He's like 2K. And I'm trying to find an example wood line. Yeah, let's just say this is my wood line, right? But my TC's down here. I had an elephant that was right here. And I went to go get it. And it walked back to the hill. And it was right when I needed it. Like, I needed it right away. And then it just walked away, kind of like this elephant's doing. So it's kind of brutal. Guillermo says, what does the first T in TTL stand for? Well, it's T90 Titans League. But I don't want to come off the wrong way and be like, welcome to T90 Titans League as T90. But that's what the first T stands for. It's a project of mine dating back years and years. To just spread more money around the scene, give players confidence that they can rise up through the ranks, segment the players so we have talented individuals not just dying to the first top 10 player, top 16 they run into two or three rounds in. And this season we've expanded it 100K total prize pool. Silver League is 10K, gold is 25K, platinum is 64K. So I'm really happy with how it's gone. But Sebastian's on the way up. Sebastian's up really fast. It's not cheaper for him. So this is a ridiculous build. He fully abandons food. He has 7 fishing ships behind this. So that's enough food income for villagers. And this feels like a full-on water build. Because he will probably just have a villager or 2 on the gold next to the TC with no need to a mining camp. Let me add the flags here. Sorry. Seem to be a little bit late with that today. And we've got very few players from Uruguay and Austria that are at the top. These would be 2 of the best. Freaking Andy, of course, he is number 2 in Austria because Leary is from Austria. But for Uruguay, there are some other players I know of that are maybe potential for bronze and silver league, but nobody quite like Sebastian here. Does he even know this elephant exists? Because it keeps walking into the darkness there. Look at him. The elephant's playing peekaboo right now. And freaking Andy's going fast castle, guys. Freaking Andy's brought in another elephant. He's got tons of fishing ships, but I think he's just fully expecting his fishing ships are going to go down. What's crazy, though, is that Sebastian also made a lot of fishing ships on his way to feudal. I wonder how many galleys he actually makes here. Because I think if you predict that Andy's going fast castle, you don't make more than 2 galleys. And then maybe you transition into a barracks and an archer range to pressure him on land. Fast castle from Andy. But I like that because I think Andy's not a player. Sebastian's a player who has such good execution. And Sebastian is more of the meta player. He will play whatever is the best for the map, which this build might be. I think Andy's going to have to play some counterplays here. Have some uniqueness, have some sneakiness. But Sebastian's economy is just absolutely flying right now. This is quite a build, and the galleys are on the way now. Yo, Chrisik, welcome back. Thank you. T90, you often speak about players saying top 8 or top 10. Could you enlighten us on who you think the top 10 players are? Yes, but not right now. That's it. There's definitely I could say top 5, right? And then it's like, oh, it depends on the day with certain players. I think that would be fun. I think maybe people would enjoy hearing that take every now and then. That can change every 6 months with some. But, yeah, at the moment, I put Sebastian in my top 10. I would maybe put him the 8th to 10 range. If he can sort out the consistency and be a more consistent player, I do think he can be maybe a bit higher than that. But he just doesn't have the results to quite be above that range yet for me. Galleys do exactly what they want, right? They snipe the fishing ship. Now, behind this, Sebastian is going to bring in his elephant. He's dropping the archery range to make a couple archers on land. What Andy was hoping for was he was hoping to get up to castle and then still have his fish alive. So he's on the way up, but he has been found with the additional dock. So he's losing the fishing ships. Also, I think Andy lost a villager to an elephant, guys. It says he has 3 deaths. And Sebastian only has 2 eco deaths, so that doesn't help Andy either. That is not what he would have wanted, and Sebastian is just all over the fish right now. You want some of your fishing ships alive. If you don't have any fishing ships alive, you will have no food eco beyond those 2 water buffaloes. And again, Sebastian's just playing perfect. Like, look at the balance as well. Like, he can click up to Castle Age right behind this. It's crazy. It's just so good. Andy's added a stable. Andy's going to make a scout here. Look around the map a little. See what's out there. Obviously, you have no scout on a nomad start. So I like the addition of the scout. I don't think he'll be able to afford many knights, though. And Sebastian's up. Hera said the best arena players are Hera, Viper, Tatau, and Vinchester in that order. Would you agree? The best arena players. Arena specifically. I'd probably have to think on it a little bit. I agree with Vinch being there. If Hera said it, I could understand why Hera would say he's number 1 on arena. I do think there's an argument that maybe that's one of his weaker maps. Let's be real. I mean, he's still very good on arena. On arena, that's a pretty good list. That's a pretty good list. But I think it's underselling a player like Andy. I don't know if I put Andy in the top 4, though. Andy's really good on arena. I think it's a decent list. It's a decent list. I can't disagree too heavily with the list. Andy needs to kill some fishing ships right now. He needs 1 or 2 hero fire galleys with the war galley upgrade to snipe fishing ships. And the war galley upgrade's cheaper for him, but like, this is quite the deficit. Now, Sebastian knows that. Sebastian is tracking this perfectly. So he kills the fire there. He kills the fire there as well. Sebastian is so on point right now. The thing about Sebastian, guys, is he trains so much. He's so well prepped. So he's experienced this before. He has the builds down pat. He knows what the adaptations are going to be. There goes the second TC from Sebastian. I mean, Sebastian's 2k resources collected ahead. The only thing he's missed is this. And that needs to have an effect soon for Andy. And he's doing a nice job. Again, he was able to sneak some fishing ships away. He has the scouts in to get some harassment. But look at Sebastian, man. Nice house walls. Doesn't take any losses there. Protects the town center too. Has the outpost through the middle as well. So there should be no surprises in the middle. Because wood is mainly positioned there. And there's that massive hill, right? Andy is playing full nomad mode. Because he's still on Buffalo. And he's still bringing in elephants. So that's nice. And a lot of the score lead for Sebastian is because he has Navy. But that Navy's over here. Andy's doesn't need this right now. Andy needs to go kill the fish. And he's doing the right thing to run through to find those fishing ships. But Sebastian's also done the right thing. He's redocked the sides for more efficient fishing. So, by the way, for the record, I'm saying fishing space ships. Fishing ships, not fish and chips. I will be casting in London in early April at the Red Bull event. There I might say fish and chips. But here I am saying fishing ships. Okay, just, so you guys are aware. Also, it's perfectly normal to say crazy, all right? Like, Sebastian's build, Sebastian's gameplay here has been crazy. Nothing wrong with that. I should not be judged for using the word crazy when things are indeed crazy. Andy wants a conversion. Ooh, he might. Oh, he gets it. Run, 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 run. That's crazy. That's pretty good, though. He essentially killed off 2 cav archers, but he will lose the monk in the end. But he does have another monk here. Andy is keeping things competitive right now. And Andy with monks is an absolute beast. Monks and siege could be really strong for Andy. I remember that breakout season in Titans League. You had people saying that it was clowny maps in the season. The only person that was making it look, every map looked like arena style was Andy because he kept making so many monks. I think that was the season that had Fractal. But I just don't know if that's a monastery spot you really want to commit to. That camel does get converted. But Andy, he's struggling to control the hill. There's going to be siege from Sebastian. And he's tried to find the fish. I think he maybe killed 1 or 2 of them. But the fish have still shifted around. That's fine now for Sebastian. Now you can transition into other sources of food. Hail is key on this map. T90, in German, the youth word / sentence of the last year was das crazy. The more you know. Ah, okay. I'm just trying to keep up with the youth. That's all it is. Trying to grow the game. Man, I do think this can snowball on Sebastian. He has the eco lead, but you need to have some army momentum. But at the same time, I mean, it's not like Andy really has much momentum either. He's getting a conversion, but he's not keeping his monks alive. But the cav archers haven't even had fletching until now, so there really hasn't been the strongest army. Just a little surprised we didn't see Andy with siege. The reality is, though, he's playing the game on hard mode because Sebastian is 3,000 resources collected ahead. Like, it's always going to be tough to win when someone is this far ahead of you. He lost all of his docks, so he doesn't have that. His opponent has the safe fish now. And the monasteries could just be camped. I really think that what Sebastian should do, and then it's game over, is just camp the monastery with your cav archers. Just sit here, and then ram all these down, and the monks can never hop out. Also, stone on this map, there's very little of it. So you'd have to find multiple of these stone tiles. If you lose the water, you would be denied that stone by the galleys, most likely. As Sebastian's doing the right things here. He's taking down this monastery. He's sitting the cav archers somewhat near where he needs to. He's holding to the hill. Sebastian's in full control. Oh, and perfect micro, too. That's what the hill does for you, but that's what the micro does for you. And now the monks are forced out of the monastery. And now more monks go down. Sebastian putting on a clinic here. And I was impressed even just seeing the feudal age build. I know when Sebastian played, when he qualified for the China land, which obviously I didn't go to or cast, I messaged him afterwards and I said, hey, like, congrats. Sebastian and I go way back. We used to be same level and all that. Playing each other on Voobly when he was going by a different name. And he said, thank you. He said, I trained every day for this. No videos, no streams, no ranked ladder. I've trained for a month. A month. And it paid off for him. And for TTL, made 64k event. At least this particular map, he looked very sharp. Very, very, very sharp. And he looked good. But good is not going to be enough to beat Sebastian here. Yeah, Sebastian's old name was Call Me Subutai, which honestly it was an amazing name. I love that name. But yeah, eventually he like rebranded to Sebastian. How does he train when no ranked? Well, ranked is completely different. Ranked games are not tournament maps. Ranked games don't have a tournament draft. Ranked games don't have best of 5s, best of 7s, and pressure. So ranked is honestly, for the majority of high-level players, ranked is good for if you want to make some content. or just warm up. But these days, it's treated more like a job for many of these guys. They put in the work of the practice. I'm saying all this. The game's not over yet. Andy has redemption, so he needs his monks to pay off. These monks with these cool little hats, they need every conversion they can. And then he needs his siege to kill the cav archers. Micro from Sebastian is so good. It's so good. And yet, Sebastian just going to hold the hill. Is on stone. So, we're thinking about a castle on the hill. And then if he can get imp, of course, then it's definitely game over. What do we think of the outfits for the monks? Pretty good, right? I would say it's pretty good. Micro there is pretty damn good. Cav archers are over here getting some raids. TC is going down. Monks are going to start to go down to light cav, though. Light cav switch could end the monks. And it just has not been looking good for Andy for a long time. And yeah, Andy taps out, calls the GG. Sorry for the small spoiler there, but I think we all knew Sebastian had this 1-1. And a lot of it comes back to the build order. Because when you go fast feudal like that, to pressure, let's look at the timings. When you have a sub 10-minute feudal age time on a nomad start, and then you have a 17-10 castle time on the back of it, that's crazy. Like, typically, the fast feudal guy is maybe up at like 19 minutes or 20 minutes, which gives Andy a lot of time. Because Andy did do well. Andy got the town centers up quickly. He got the monks. But, like, Sebastian got so much value from his early pressure and then backed it up with the perfect eco balance. It was just incredible. Like, the whole game. I'm just going to pan through the whole game past the early portion, right? Just look at res collected. Here he's way ahead. Here he's ahead. Here he's ahead. Here he's ahead. And it's just scaling, right? It's scaling. Now it's 1,000 ahead. Now it's 1,500. Now it's 2K. And I think that's where... This is the point of the game. This is where Andy needs some big swings. So he needed like triple monastery, and then he starts to convert and snowball here. You do that, and then you can siege push from this hill. It gets very messy very quickly. But yeah, that's what Sebastian can do. He's a beast. And that's why I'd put Sebastian in my top 10 right now. But let's see what Andy can do. It's going to be Tatau next, which is a Regicide start. Normally with Regicide, it's only queens. Only kings, but we added queens. So 50% chance you get a queen or a king. If you lose that, you are defeated. We have actually seen a king snipe this season. It was Trebuchet on queen that ended up getting the kill. I think it was in Gold League or something. But yes, 30 seconds till we're in, everybody. We'll get the ad breaks out of the way. Thank you so much. Tweepo, thank you. And Hamp, I was so focused on that build order from Sebastian. Like a true nerd, I didn't thank you. I did see your message. You're welcome for the content, man. Thanks for spreading the love. Thank you, Radnex. Welcome back for the year, man. Thank you. So yeah, we added queens. So like kings never die in Regicide, right? They never do. We added queens. The very first game I cast with the queen died. I was like, so I don't know if that's and it's just pure chance, of course, but I thought that was kind of ridiculous. Okay. It's not God Save the King. It's God Save the Queen. The players should have done their homework. This is Regicide mode, and we have a queen. And she's walking around her kingdom. And if she dies, it's game over. This is Regicide. Most notably, it starts with Regicide resources, okay? Which means you do not have gold in the bank. That's a very niche thing. With Regicide resources, you start with a lot of food. That's how their food count is so high. You start with 150 stone, and you start with no gold. Which, on a map where you could potentially send villagers to the middle, can be a big deal because you can't get loom. So Sebastian's gone Cumans, and he's got 13 villagers right now. And I guess his plan is to go for a second town center. You start with pre-built farms here. You start with the water buffalo. You have lots of food available. If you want stone, though, you do need to chop through these trees, and each tree is 200 wood. But Sebastian seems to understand that. He's focusing down that tree. So maybe he wants to be through, and Andy's scout is trapped. Wow, Andy was just doing a little circle around to double check, and Andy's scout is trapped. What a play from Sebastian. And the big deal here is he doesn't have loom, but if he brings his own scout through, I think he can be okay. His own scout needs to be here. He could lose a villager or two. Like, this trap could end up hurting him. I'm not sure why his scout... Okay, his scout is pushing the deer. I mean, Andy's getting 2 additional vills with the Bengalis when he clicks up here, and Andy is adding a couple fishing ships. So, I mean, if Andy kills a villager here and loses a scout, that's fine. I think he'll be completely satisfied with that. Okay, Sebastian's up. The scout comes through. And Andy should immediately try and trade. He actually has the scout advantage. But now the villager will be here. And that should be a dead scout for Andy. Micro from Sebastian is patient, and Micro from Sebastian is good. Well played. Well played. He'll drop the second TC. How much scouting actually happened here for Sebastian, I wonder? Okay, see, he hasn't scouted the middle. Queen is going to do the job there. And now there's fishing ships, and there's 2 villagers there. But, you know, the scout is weak, so he can't use the scout to kill those vills. That's so interesting. That's actually kind of good for Andy, guys. Because he lost his scout, he won't lose these 2 vills. Now, Sebastian can be really annoying and attack the fishing ships, but I don't think the fishing ships are really that big a deal anyways. I'm a little surprised that Andy didn't immediately go fast castle here. Like, normally you want to just go fast castle. I guess maybe he saw value in the middle water. He's actually going to add a galley, which I guess secures the middle, and he doesn't have to stress about it as much. And Queen's still moving around for Sebastian. Second town center just now completes. And yeah, it's 2 TC boom. This is the only civ that can build the second town center in feudal age. This civ either looks amazing or horrible with no in between. You have to know how to manage it. And here comes the galley. I'd be laughing if I'm Sebastian. If my opponent added a galley for these turtles, I'd be like, huh? But if you kill the scout, it's huge. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, he didn't notice. He didn't notice. That's a big deal. That is a big deal. Now both players are in the dark. Now Sebastian doesn't know. Will Andy come forward with a forward siege workshop and monks over here? It is now a scoutless game, and all you have is your queen. Some queens will wander the world, see what there is to find, report back to the nation. Other queens are going to be fat and lazy like the kings, and they're going to be inside the tower. Which one would you be? Would you be adventurous? Or would you be lazy and hanging out on the top of your tower watching someone talk about a 22-year-old video game? Actually, did I say 22? Isn't it more like 27? I'm not going to say what I think my chat would be. I'm going to let you guys say what you would be yourself. All right? Seems like most of you guys are very self-aware. That's why I hate it when people aren't self-aware. I don't care who you are, as long as you understand what the situation is. I'm happy with it. Okay, Sebastian, do not get your queen trapped. Sebastian, I swear to God, this is stressing me out. Sebastian, do not go. Sebastian, that is your life. Okay, he almost went through there. That could have been so bad. Man, I would have lost my mind. Oh, I think he was messing with me. If I were a player, I would do that, and then I would go back and I would rewatch everyone's reactions. I've definitely done that before if I know people are casting my games. I might like place a farm in a corner or something just to see if the memes are there. All right, Sebastian sees the tower. The tower is always fixed on the front. And he sees the flag, which just means the other queen is in there. That's all. But yeah, Andy's going to be up. He isn't through to the stone yet. Still keeping an eye on these trees. That's 25 wood left. That one's 50 wood left. When he gets back here, he could look around. Perhaps find the stone. But look at the vill count for Sebastian. And not only the vill count, guys, but he's got a barracks. He's adding a stable. So he could potentially go for some scouts. It's still making me nervous how adventurous he is being with this queen, but... just live your life, I guess. Please do not get trapped. Please, even there, that stresses me out. Yeah, the fortified palisades you start with here do start with extra HP. For the Cumans. So a normal fortified palisade wall is 500. And the Cumans, I think, is 600. Oh, it's 667, at least in feudal, so... Okay, Andy wants to push because he needs to pressure this 2TC boom. And so he's dropping a barracks. He also has 2 villagers this way. He's getting loom. And he's dropping the monastery. We have something coming from Sebastian on the left side. And what in the world? Not the villagers, but Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. 50 gifted subs. Dude, you are way too good to me. Thank you. Thank you. Salutes. And if you unfortunately did not receive a sub and you were very unlucky, you can just say dodged. Are they both going to siege push the other right now? Because that's crazy. Sebastian has scouts, though, so Sebastian could maybe find this. Sebastian doesn't see it, though. Sebastian does not see this. Now, Andy... He added the barracks, so he'll have spearmen, but... Oh, there's the queen. Dude, she's just zooming. I don't trust this guy with this queen, man. But hey, she's taking some damage, but that's fine. Nothing like good old battle scars. And now, she found the forward. And we have a siege elephant on the way. We've got spearmen, we've got monks, and things are going to get interesting. But there's also a siege workshop from Sebastian, and he saw the gold, guys. So he could actually pressure the gold with the mangonel. That, in and of itself, is already fine. Lady! Lady! Get in your tower! My queen! You mustn't scout for the people, for you are very important. What? She cannot help herself. It's stressing me out. I swear, if he runs into a town center back here, this is about to get really messy. He's going to be pressuring with the siege. He's going to be getting pressured by the siege. So, like, oh my God. Now, there's a chance because players aren't used to queens that they don't think this is valuable. But we put it in, like, we made an announcement on the maps. Like, there's information out there. And I was talking about how Sebastian is probably prepped. There have been instances where queens did not count for anything, like in terms of your life, in other custom maps in the past. But we clarified this point. It's a 50-50 chance on queens or kings. It should be known. Andy getting a little greedy there. He really wanted to snag that relic. But he has pushed Sebastian off that gold. Sebastian still has this gold. Sebastian still has not moved with his mangonels. The queen is still moving. There's no auto queen, auto scout with the queen. So that is just all manual control. And she seems to be coming home now, but I still don't trust her. Okay, another monk gets picked off there. Vil count's pretty close, though. And it is now 3 town centers for Andy. Sebastian still only has 2. Sebastian gets to clear up on the mangonel. And Sebastian's mangonels and a Lycav are here. Andy might want to wall that. You might just wall that opening so he can't run through. I still really like Andy's spot. I think having 3 town centers and having access to stone is really good. Queen is coming home. And the push isn't exactly making progress, but it doesn't need to now because your economy is looking pretty good. But you're still normally under a little bit of pressure. Guys, I'm so stressed. Should we be worried, Queen? Okay, she's shaking her head no. She has a lot of confidence. That's crazy. I'm not even one to talk. I once almost ran my king into an enemy castle in a Regicide start. I took damage from the enemy castle and then ended up saving the king and somehow winning the game. I was playing Licks as well, so it was like... would have been a little embarrassing. I'll never forget, though, I rewatched someone casting that. And freaking Nikov was in their chat. And Nikov was like, for all the times that T90 has said, like, you know, for all the times T90 has said not to do this, he deserves to lose his king right now, right? And he was not wrong. That's definitely what I deserved. Mangonel, what is this army? Oh, Sebastian! Sebastian just killed his only defense for the Mangonels. Oh, no. Oh, the micro from Andy. Oh, no. Well, Redemption's in. And, well, Siege Push is dead. Siege Push is dead. 67 vills for Andy, which is more than Sebastian has. The score is just higher because Sebastian ends up having... the scouting. But Andy's kind of chilling here, I think. This is a very adaptable situation. He tries to save his monk again. He'll lose yet another monk to the light cav. But here he has a monk that could get yet another conversion. That was 3 mangonels gone for Sebastian. He ended up deleting the final 2, obviously. If the light cav gets converted, that's actually a problem too. But it seems like he's not able to pay attention. And the monk gets stuck. On the current patch, your monks will just freeze up and get stuck. Wait, what the... He got the light cav. The monk is running away. He's running away from the ram. Light cav goes down. Run, monk. Run. Light cav is on the way. Over here, we had a monk go down. A spearman get converted. This is getting pretty crazy. But Andy's dropping a castle towards the middle, guys. And Andy's going to start to make Ratha. And Ratha are very strong. And the freaking queen is still standing there. Eventually, Andy's going to send something this way. And I think the game's gotten so busy, Sebastian has just completely forgotten about her. Ugh. This is a fun map. First time we've had this in a couple days. What are your thoughts, guys? I like it. It's super interesting. We've seen feudal age builds. We've seen fast castle builds. We've seen heavy army. We've seen heavy eco. We've kind of seen a mix of everything. Andy is so good if he has a monastery. He's always going to have a chance to convert you and frustrate you and take your focus. Sebastian is 15k gold. He might need a market at some point. Andy still has the Bengali monks chasing. He's also building another town center in the north. He's taking a lot of the berries. And he's not really farming as heavily. But he is going to start to make Ratha. And Ratha in melee mode can beat the light cav. And this starts to get a little dangerous. I'm not sure the Cumans have the best answers for the Ratha as well long term. But obviously 2 monks is fine. Did I say 15,000 gold? Well, it might as well be 15,000 gold because he's not spending 2,000 gold. So I didn't mean 15k. I meant 1,500. Just testing you guys. Okay, queen is on the move. Please go into your tower. Or I don't even trust town center because sometimes you send them out by mistake. The tower is there for this purpose. And luckily for Sebastian, he's noticed. But luckily for the queen, she got some fresh air, you know? What she wouldn't have had if she was stuck inside that tower. Nice clear up here from Sebastian. Took a while, but finally ends up clearing up the monastery. We'll also end up getting this relic, and then we'll have this relic too. And there's also this relic down here, so we could end up having the fair share of the relics. One of them is over here, though. So Andy could always get that back. And queen is in the tower. All right. Still wonder, what on earth is the military going to be for Sebastian? What is he going to spend his gold on here? Is he going to spend his gold? Because he's climbing up towards 15k gold. He's about to be at 3. Finally, the market's coming up. Because he just needs to go up to imp. If he balanced his resources a little bit earlier, he could be imping. Or he could have been imping. Andy clearly is not thinking he has to win this game quickly by these castles. I think he could have easily placed that castle on the front and been aggressive. But I believe he thinks his civ is superior, and so he's playing defensive. At just passing there, he misses that monk, but he will get to the gold. He will have ballistics with fletching, at least. And yeah, I just... What's the military going to be? Oh, God, the Ratha actually get through. There's a hole. Some nice harassment here from Andy. He has melee and ranged mode, so he can still just sit there and do some damage. In the north, there's some light cav raids, but that's been spotted. There's a villager over here building an outpost. And now Andy kind of gets trapped here. But Sebastian has very little army. Like, the army for Andy is still going to get good value. He's killing vills. He could just still use the ranged attack at any point in time. I guess the Ratha are not all here, though, for Andy. He's sitting back with the monks as well. I think he could have actually denied this castle. I think Andy has a lot of eco-fixing to do right now. And he's starting to send Ratha around this way. Thank God the queen is gone. Sebastian is getting ranged upgrades, so it feels like his game plan is to play Skirm. But man, 50 on food for Sebastian. Now things are looking more balanced. And having the outpost here is super nice because you have a warning. The downside is you can't stonewall as the Cumans. And Andy can stonewall. He'll stonewall this segment. He'll stonewall this segment so he can never be raided there. And it is still only one castle for Sebastian. So if Andy were to raid over here right now, it's very open, very doable. He just doesn't know. Feels like Andy has to win this game. Just with how competitive the group is. And just with how Titans League tends to play out. If you get swept, very tough for you to recover. It's still doable, of course, but it puts you under that much more pressure. At least getting one win. Could still be two, of course. And you can go places. Andy's economy is going to be ridiculous. He has 136 vills, but then you get 2 extra vills from every town center. So he'll be at 150 something. Nice conversion from Sebastian. There are some positives. He will probably lose this relic, but for now it's 4-1. And he's in the Imperial Age already. But he can't push with it. So he's getting imp, and it's pretty much imp for chemistry. He's going to try Kip checks. Do we like Kip checks here? Who wins, Kip check or Ratha, guys? I actually have never... Well, no, that's not true. I have seen it. The Kip checks actually have a bit of a window, I feel. Because I remember a couple Fortresside Regicide... Fortresside Regicide, wow. Fortified Regicide, shoot. What is it? Regicide, Fortress, thank you. I remember a couple Regicide Fortress games. I think Kip checks are underrated. I think it might also be just the best option for Sebastian. If he wasn't doing this, he would have to just go pure Paladin, which might be a little too predictable. But now he has some range units out. Resources are still insanely good for Andy, and he is stonewalling the entire map. Look at the fortifications. Damn. I mean, there's a non-zero chance that we see Elite Cannon Galleon in the middle on this map. With the way this is playing out. Fortified wall for Andy. Let's go. The devs who put time and effort into creating these techs back when the game was made are really enjoying this right now. Because we're seeing every tech. Obviously, Cumans are a bit new. They're Newman. But, yeah, I mean, I'd still like to see Cuman Merc... Oh, no, that's a horrible tech. Never mind. Don't get that. That's more of a team tech. He already got Step Husbandry, so that's nice. And he wants to raid. He wants to raid. And he can only do that if Andy has gaps in his walls. And for now, Andy has gaps in his walls. I think this is a huge raid for Sebastian. Andy's got to chase. He's playing Tetris back here to stop the Hussars from getting into the back. I still think there's a gap there, though. Yeah, there's still a gap there, and he finds it. So now all the Ratha have to run back there. And now Sebastian can storm the front. I'd love to see Sebastian playing around Siege Ram and taking down these walls on the sides. He can see them there. But I love the amount of stone that Andy's able to take right now. Andy's still super late on techs. He has Elite Ratha, but he doesn't have Pakes yet, so the Rathas are not maxed. He didn't even have Bracer for a while. Clearly, the comp that he's going to go for, though, is very strong. He wants Halb and he wants Ratha, and he's got the castles to produce them. But nice raid there from Sebastian. Nice shot from Andy to clear it up. Andy had the villagers to lose. After watching Tatau play with Seadram earlier, I just can't help but feel like that's completely underrated in Sebastian's mind right now. If he went pure Kipchek and Seadram instead of the Hussars, I feel like he could have broken the front line. More docks from Andy. So I think he understands how important cannon galleons can be. Sebastian's so late with the siege. 1 trebuchet against Andy? I mean, that might as well be gift wrapped in a box saying happy birthday. Like, that's a gift. That's a gift. You need to wait for more trebuchets than that. Slowly, the buildings for Sebastian on the left side are getting taken out. And now I have to check if Bengalis get heavy demo. They don't get heavy demo. Unfortunately for us, they don't get heavy demo. Sebastian has hit a wall, literally and figuratively. What does he do? He has to push. We might see all the golden stone taken on this map. There's gold here, which is currently neutral. That needs to be fought over. And there's going to be gold here. And that will be Sebastian's for the time being. But Andy's got cannon galleons. Andy's got his Ratha. They're about to be fully upgraded because he just completes the Pikes upgrade. Bit confusing because he's going for pikeman units and getting the Pikes or Pikes tech, but you know what I mean. And I just don't know if this is enough for Sebastian. Sebastian has to hit and run. And it's an uncomfortable feeling when you need something to dive for those trebuchets and the cannon galleons. Andy was patient. Andy's waited for the trebs. Meanwhile, we just have 1 treb from Sebastian. He needs more over here because he has to take the castle and then he has to take the wall. There's also a castle here from Andy, which means he can treb that castle from behind the wood line. Andy lives for these moments. He's getting Mahayana now. Huge tech. That's pretty expensive too. Villagers and monks take up 10% extra population space. That's extra huge for Andy because he loves his monks. We'll always have some monks around. Guys, the castle in front of the queen has been taken down. 10% less. Sorry, not more. Thank you once again, chat, for correcting me. Where would I be without you? Thank you. I think Sebastian's struggling on the front lines. I think he's forgetting about his queen. His population is still really good. I'm just not sure if the army comp is good enough. Now he's corrected the problem that he had before. Because he is going to have trebs now. He went from 1 trebs, he's going to have 8. The walls do give Andy a lot of time, but he might need to wall more. I'd like to see Sebastian consider deleting a couple vills. It seems crazy, but maybe if he can get more military, he can beat this. The queen, where'd she go? The queen is in the town center. Okay. The queen has moved. Oh, but the trebs! The trebuchets! Yikes! Well, the trebs will survive. What about the Kipcheks, though? What about the Kipcheks? Kipchek v Ratha. Ratha have switched to melee mode. I think the Kipcheks did okay. Honestly, I think they did okay there. But is okay good enough? I think you did the job, though. You took down the castle. Your castle's still standing. You could fall back. You are still getting pushed on the front, though. There's still trebuchets moving forward from Andy. Andy has just been so willing to wait until this stage of the game, to get to this stage of the game. Seemingly so confident his comp is just superior, and maybe it is. I still makes me sad Sebastian doesn't even have +2 attack on the light cab, though, on the Hussar. He's just struggled with the timings on the siege and the upgrades this game. I'd love to see Andy. He could actually make trebuchets from out here and maybe start to take this castle down. But really, forget that. Just take this area. You break the front of Sebastian's base and everything else is wide open. I don't know if you guys can hear it as easily as I can, but you'll hear these monks in the group just slowly healing all the time too. That's always something. Like that's not something that enough players do, is mix in a couple monks to heal up. Elite Cannon Galleon has been researched. Like, that's been in for a minute here. But the fact that we have that and Galleon for a puddle is just another unique play from Andy. Maybe Sebastian starts to think about the king snipe. Guys, he can see the tower with the flag right there. He has the trebs. I think you go for it. Right there. He saw it. He was reminded of it. He does also get a raid here. But he's still losing this castle. And trying his best to push back the middle. Feels like the melee mode, Ratha, once that switch is flipped, Sebastian's just got to back up. And every time Sebastian backs up, he loses a castle. Honestly, though, there's not a lot of gold for Andy. He can mine this gold, but he is running dry because he lost the vills here too. So he does need to be careful of that. Getting these techs has been expensive, and it's arguable whether or not it's worth it to get Galleon. Elite Cannon Galleon, I guess, made sense. Kip checks are really cheap and cost-effective. There's 14k gold on the map. Some of that was over here for Sebastian. He will lose those vills. He could lose a treb. There's still the gold up here, actually, which I assume Andy doesn't see? No, he does. Yeah, it's all these golds right there that are so important. Raids got cleared up. Maybe a rewall is needed for Andy. Andy will take the treb. It'll be one trebuchet again for Sebastian. Sebastian is not giving up. Castle here and castle here. So yeah, we asked the players to play a little bit earlier today because I have a flight to catch. And we have 3 sets to do. Thank God we did. Because this game is going to be insanely long. Big fight here for Sebastian. There's a lot of halbs in there, though. He's sniping the Ratha. But there's always halbs, there's always skirms, and the Kipchaks are such a fragile unit compared to the Ratha. The Ratha have 135 HP. The Kipchaks have 65. They are made of paper. And Trebuchet taking down a Sebastian Castle where the gold is on the left. And Andy's on both of these golds right now. But he does need to be careful. The skirms are good against Kipchaks, but the Hussars are good against the skirms. So the ratios have to be there. Andy's setting up for the late game here, getting crop rotation. I still want to see a siege ram play from Sebastian. But maybe he doesn't have the gold for it anymore. Because the rams cost gold. I don't think 3 relics to 2 is enough to when you're missing out all the gold on the map. Big fight. Sebastian, he just cannot beat this. He cannot retake this area. But at the same time, like, he's not being raided, so they could continue this cycle forever. Andy is going to use villagers against a treb right now, and it's going to work. It's working. Treb will go down, the castle will stay up. Andy still has the trebuchet over here, taking down this castle as well, which I guess Sebastian hasn't noticed, and the halbs have always been there to protect. Sebastian's looking at his pop. He's like, I'm 190 pop. I shouldn't resign. But it feels like he could do nothing against this right now. Ratha Halb, Ratha Skirm. Just so strong. And yeah, if there was a window for the Kipchaks, I think it was early Imperial Age. I think he needed to push. Another castle from Andy means he can tread from there onto these castles and get into the back. Sebastian's still dropping castles in the back. But pretty soon, the only castles you're going to have are on the edge of the map. You're going to run out of wood at a certain stage, too. There is some wasted pop for Andy. So that Navy's like 10 or so pop that doesn't really help out continuously here. But I think that's acceptable when you have the Mahayana tech. That's completely fine. And still, remember, Andy's got golds here. Andy can now take this gold. But he's had all the other golds, and Sebastian taps out finally. The queen does live, but she ends up resigning. Andy gets his win. That was a good game. That was a really fun game. I think for Sebastian, this wasn't a bad civ choice, because it's really hard to compete with Andy on a map like this. And getting the guaranteed vill lead is good. I also like the fact that he added scouts. I think scouts is an excellent addition. He was able to compete for map control. At one point, had 4-1 relics. But he couldn't stop Andy from getting to the Ratha. And I think he lacked a vision on what units to make. Like, Andy, it became very clear. Andy's like, I'm committing to Ratha here. I'm going to wall. I'm going to win. And Sebastian, he clicked up to Imp, and at that point, he really didn't have any army or upgrades. So, I think if he tried Paladin, you do get fully upgraded Paladin, it would have been very obvious, and Andy would have just added Halbs and added Monks. But I really think, as I know you want to play Hussar here, but I really think Kipchek, Siege Ram, you take down the docks and the castles on the front, you have Andy, you take down those barracks there so he can't make Halbs, then you can go Hussars. I actually think Siege Ram Kipchek had the potential there. But he just didn't do a very good job at making siege when he needed to either, right? He was super late with the Trebs with the early push, and then by the time he made the Trebs, Andy was just sniping them. So 1-1, as advertised. Good series here. Sebastian will play on slopes now as our final game. This is a big one, man. If you lose this game, you're like, oh, geez. Only one win in the first round, and then you look at everyone else in the group and how strong they are. And what they've done in the past, and you know, the list goes on. You'll be under pressure. So none of these groups are easy. No one is safe. Maybe that's not true. Maybe there's like 6 players or 8 players you could consider safe. But the people that you guys would say maybe should be safe, some of those are in the group of death too. It's a crazy year. While I'm on cam, Lieutenant Dan, thanks again. Thanks again for the sub bomb, man. 90 seconds till the next one starts. Means a lot. Not the first time either, but thank you. Inca's Japanese for the next one. I expect a lot of infantry. And maybe even like super early infantry. Inca's Japanese is kind of wild. Inca's was a really early pick for Sebastian, so I guess that tracks. Japanese was also early pick for Andy. I thought he picked Japanese for Stranded, though, and just didn't play it. T90, what are your thoughts on Wei's Jianbei Raiders? I think they're very, very strong. I think both the unique units for the Wei are arguably overpowered, just depending on how the game goes, of course, but I think they're really good units. It's like the Jianbei is kind of like a Kipchek, but you could just make it out of the archer range. So, yeah, it feels really strong. Yeah, Andy could have gone Portuguese or Hindustanis here, too. Andy had some really good meta options, but Andy will see this map differently than others. Andy does not play like a standard Arabia player. He doesn't see the game that way either. Why no Mongols on slopes? Well, there's actually not... There's not enough hunt to immediately take advantage of the hunt bonus there, I guess. I think Mongols can be good, but you have to mill to take advantage of it, which leaves you in a risky spot. It's not like you could push in 3 to 4 deer. So, yo, Garrett, that's funny, man. I'll bring that up here during the cast. Yo, Zero Gravity, welcome back. I am the Senate, welcome back. Thank you, Engine. Thank you so much for the subs, everybody. Here we are, game 3. Again, a look at this group. It's very much early days, but those are the names we're talking about. And whoops, misclicked. I'm so sorry. I clicked the wrong button. That's another group. Now I'm second guessing myself. It's this one, right? Yes. Okay. So we got ACCM, Lewis, freaking Andy, Nikov, and running, and Sebastian in this group. Lewis is a promoted player who looked very sharp. ACCM is a player who's always very sharp. Nikov has been around. Nikov was top 4 last season. Running is usually very prepared. So you want to be the player who gets the second win here. And Sebastian's gone for Incas. Now, Dragonstar the other day went for super early barracks, lots of militia in a lot of those games. I think it's viable with Incas, but he's not going to do it before a lumber camp. Neither is Andy. But Andy's on with 2 on wood and only 4 on food right now. So he's definitely tried to go for an early barracks. He's hoping to get villagers on wood faster than he would typically. He's really hoping to get the timing on this deer right, because that sheep is at 40 food right now. So I'm streaming on YouTube right now, as well as on Twitch, right? And happy to do it. There was a period where I had an exclusive contract with Facebook, which if you weren't there, it sounds like a little bit of a joke, but that's actually true. For 2 years, I did stream on Facebook. And I really appreciate everyone who supported me there, or at the very least understood and continues to support me now. And I did enjoy my time there, but there were some issues with that platform, which we're not going to get into. Beyond one thing, they had like anti-hate measures on their platform, which is good. You don't want people to, be hateful. However, when we were hating Age of Empires civilizations, people would get banned sometimes. So like if you're like, I hate Bengalis. Bengalis are the worst. Well, without the context, that's pretty bad. And Facebook probably shouldn't have allowed that, right? So just the chatter Garrett just brought up, he's like, dude, I'm so happy I could say I hate the Bengalis now without getting banned. It was so funny. Like I was disappointed because it was really hard for me to get people unbanned, if not impossible. But at the same time, I couldn't help laugh at it because it's just, I just thought it was funny, Anyways, Andy's gone for the early barracks. Sebastian's gonna come over here and go for the mill. Freaking Andy already checked this side. And he might have caught a glimpse of Sebastian pushing in that deer, but we'll see how thoroughly he checks. Typically, guys, you're checking how many does he have on wood, where's the gold, where's his barracks, has he gone for a mill yet on his berries. But now you have two other areas to check that are on opposite sides of the map. And this is the key area for Andy to go. If he's going to rush, he needs to know where to pressure. He scouted, he didn't see anything here. He's now going to check here. And Sebastian will have loom. And he will have 4 villagers. But Sebastian does not know this army is coming. Maybe he will assume this. How many vills is he bringing this way? Okay, that was a misclick. Normally the max you're going to bring over here is 4. But because he misclicked there, that was 4 villagers that were walking instead of collecting food. Now here comes Andy. Thank you, Fivets, for the prime. Yeah, I think Andy will struggle to kill villagers here because Sebastian's really nice at fighting back, and it's 4 versus 3. But taking down the rabbits is nice. Now, you could still eat them after they're taken down by the militia, but they slowly decay, and that adds up. So, smart from Andy. Just take this down. This would be far more brutal, of course, if it was 2 years ago. These days, if you lose your rabbits to military, you could still eat them, but the decay is enough where some of these rabbits now are down to 70 food from 75. And I think Andy should have a decent enough economy behind this. I'm a little confused, though. He's got 2 villagers on gold. 2 villagers on gold makes it feel like he's going to make way more than 3 militia. If you wanted to make 3 militia, you could send 1 vill to the gold and just walk back, and then you get the 60 gold you need, right? So, the build isn't exactly sharp by my standards. But I still think with being Japanese, he could make this work. And maybe he could end up taking a fight against these villagers with more militia here. So, Agent Mater, first time on this first chatter, says, are you able to rename buildings the same way you can rename military? Yes, I can rename everything in the game. So if you would like to be renamed after Sebastian's mill, all I ask is you sub or resub, and you can become this mill. Hey, and the mill will probably survive. Sometimes we name you after a weak villager. Villager doesn't survive. So that's a steal right there. Guys, Andy is so focused on this. He has never scouted the barracks from Sebastian. He doesn't know Sebastian is here with man-at-arms. He has just completely missed it. He is focused on everything that he wants to do, and he is not focused on what Sebastian could be doing. These villagers are in trouble. All right, we're going to name this mill Randy in a second. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Doctor, for the gifted subs. Sebastian, okay, kills 1 vill. Andy also killed 1 villager. So it could be worse, and Andy's pretty good with damage control. I think Andy sometimes takes a little too much damage, but he's really good with stabilizing. There he overextended. That's another dead vill. Beautiful opening from Sebastian. But now Sebastian, he did place a tower foundation here, which isn't exactly great. We got more militia here, and now his villagers are weak. So both players surprising the other. And it's Japanese now, too. So Andy has the faster attack speed. Oh, look at the hit and the block. That's so sick. Oh, and he can get another one, too. That should be... Oh, Sebastian's blocking with the Vil. Run, militia, run. One more hit and it's dead, but he can't get to it. Okay, how you balance your eco, how quickly you could get your upgrades in, all are the key right now. Because their economies are brutal. I think for Andy, it's better because he has the mill on the berries at least. Sebastian doesn't have that yet. So Sebastian doesn't have the food. What's his name? What's the mill's name? Randy? This is what I have to do for subs? Fine. There we go. Mill is Randy. Yeah, Capture Age lets me name anything. So technically we could go through and give every villager a name. I wish that could be automatic. I wish we could have it pull from Twitch chat. Imagine if every unit that spawned in a game got given a name from Twitch chat. That would be interesting. Sebastian will check the left side. He's sending his man-at-arms and Eagle over there now. There's a lot over there from Andy. Sebastian already has 2 archers. Andy was late to his archer range. Andy is ignoring this for now. T90, do you pay extra for custom capture age? Yes. In fact, a lot of the features that are at main capture age, I funded like this, and the top 3 units, all those were basically agreement with me at capture age. I'll pay to make it happen. Community benefits. There's also a couple things that are only mine. So the naming thing is just kind of a cheesy thing. It's not really that important, but I think that's only mine. So we've got it. Andy really needs to fight this back with his Vils. I think if he's not Japanese there, I think he has a bigger problem. But even though his man-at-arms were weaker, he's able to have the attack speed to hold. They'll trade archers down. The man-at-arms going to go down. And Andy's in an okay position here, guys. Still could go either way, though. KD's very close. How many subs to rename Andy to Randy? I'm not going to rename a player, no. This is... I like the jokes, I like the memes, but Andy's got his reputation. He's a pro, so I'm not going to do that. But I also said I would never stream on Facebook, so I suppose I could be swayed. Highly doubted, though. Archers are coming this way. Andy's being very casual about this tower. If he was building this with all of his villagers, he's probably fine. Oh, God. I mean, you gotta force it down, I think. You just gotta click. Because if you run, you're gonna lose the Vils anyways. He doesn't see it. This is so bad for Andy. This is so good for Sebastian. Just the consistent follow-up from Sebastian. He's here so quickly with the army. The tower gets denied. The villagers are getting blocked. And, oh man, Sebastian should get at least one more. I think it's possible he gets 2 more, but the one on the backside should be focused down by the archers. Maybe. Yeah, he should die. Maybe. He's dead. That's so sick. That's so good. Andy needs some counter damage, but Sebastian needs to be waiting for that. He needs to be looking for it. He sees it, and now Andy is here. And now it's Andy's turn to get villagers. He'll get at least 1. He still is walling at home. He still needs more range units. What a game. This is such a messy slopes game. And there's still exposed areas here. The way that Sebastian wanted to play this was 1 range and then balance out his resources to go to Castle Age. But if you try and play 1 range in a games like this, your eco's just a complete wreck. I actually think 2 archer ranges make a lot of sense right now for both. And I also think the fact that Andy is, for the most part, walled up makes life a lot easier for him. Because Sebastian's base is still wide open. Game's close right now, guys. Could go either way. Eco upgrades are even. Military upgrades are about to be even. And Andy doesn't know that Sebastian's army is still here. He will find out in a second. And Andy will run over this way. Neither player can build a tower for their gold or anything because they towered elsewhere. Archer micro over here. And Archer micro in the back as well. Has to be perfect. I would normally prefer Sebastian's Archer micro over Andy's. Andy's micro is more than capable, though. It's nice patience there. Nice patience here as well. 42 pop for both. Obviously, I guess that changes because the man-at-arms going down. This is so close. Andy with 5 on food, but he's dropping the market. He'll start to buy some food. Sebastian has more farms, but he has less on berries. So that makes that even. Sebastian is mixing in the occasional eagle and the occasional skirm. Sebastian will not be able to stop Andy from taking this food now. There's not a ton left, but it's enough to probably go out here. You're going to have the tower foundation fixed there anyways. Ooh, man. What a game. Castle Age could make a big difference here. Sebastian spending food on skirmishers, which is perfect against archers, but that does delay your Castle Age time. Not as much.
Yes.
Not as much, because it's cheaper to make the skirmishers with the Incas, but it does still delay it. We had a bit of a lag there for one of them, so we're just getting back into it. Nice micro over the last minute or so for Andy. I would put my weak archers inside of the tower. That feels like a really nice little idea there. But then I would probably I'd move out with the strong archers and then I would lose them all. But no, based on what we know, you might want to just heal them up and wait for Castle Age. But you don't want to wait at all. The more you wait at this level, the more your opponent's going to come and hit you in another angle. So Andy wanted to go raid, but Sebastian finds him, and Andy needs to get to that tower now. He's double-checking the farm count, because farms are the consistent food eco. There's 8 for Andy, so that's not amazing. But the archer count's still healthy. He can fall right back to the tower. That's really nice micro. To not lose any archers to this is really good micro. So easy with those weak units there. Again, I'd put the weak ones in the tower. Just sit in the tower, you get free arrows, and then you get a little bit of HP back too. Man-at-Arm tried to run through. Sneaky guy. He goes down. How many subs to change your name? Ask somebody. Too many. Too many. I really should change myself to T93 so people... that makes a little bit more sense. People don't foresee that I'm named after a shoe. But too late for change. On other maps, I'd really like to see Incas build towers everywhere. It's super cheap for towers, so at least having a tower on a woodline or something here for Sebastian could be good. And he's just running right through the middle of the map, guys. He only has 8 units, but these 8 units can get value. Curious if he'll upgrade them, though, because I see a Cav Archer queued up, and I see a couple Knights queued up, and I see the second town center now. No, I was not named after the Russian tank. I didn't know it was a tank. I didn't think about it. I didn't expect to have a community. You understand this, right? Just like, some other usernames in chat. They probably didn't think that anyone would ever really pay attention to what their name was. There's some weird ones out there. But yeah, apparently Nike is coming back out with the T90 line of cleats and boots and whatnot stuff again, so I've been hearing that. So hopefully there's no... if Nike ever asks, guys, it's because I've named myself after the tank. Those are the rules. You guys have to have my back. Yeah, Andy is hoping to catch some vills on the sides, which he won't find. But he's been on 2 TCs for a while here. The issue for him is Sebastian's army can give him some real problems, and he doesn't have a way to counter that. So that is a healthy number of crossbowmen right there. And the gold is exposed for Andy. The wood could be exposed. There's so many areas to lock down on this map. And Andy's done no damage with this army. And I just feel like unless Andy towers this gold, he's going to have some real headaches here. He just sold some stone, actually, to get more gold for Cav Archers. Japanese Cav Archers are a good unit, but not against 14 crossbows, and he needs to leave the gold now. One villager decided to path towards her death. So now you probably need to sell even more if you're Andy to get more Cav Archers. It's the similar problem we had in that game with Winchester and Hart yesterday. Getting to Cav Archers on this map is so difficult. Because it takes so long to mass them. And typically my tip, that's funny. Typically the advice would be, if you're in Castle Age faster, you can go for Cav Archers because it gives you time to mass them. But he's in Castle Age significantly faster. He still has not had the time. And he's being pushed away over here by some crossbows. And he's being chased down here by some skirmishers. And he did complete another TC. But again, that doesn't really fully give him access to that gold. Lots of inefficiencies on the eco. He will bring some Cav Archers and some Knights this way. If he can ever match the Archer count with the Cav Archer count, it is an easy clear up for Andy. And he's got a nice villager lead. And he's got a healthy eco. He's got good upgrades. He's now counterattacking too. This is nice because he can engage against this, but now Sebastian feels like he's not getting value, and Sebastian will have to come home. I like this damage from Andy. That's really good work. And that relieves a little bit of the pressure. He's really good at that because you convince yourself right there, if you're Sebastian, that he must have gold somewhere else, and there's no sense in denying it, but he doesn't. Maybe he's thinking he's over here with the TC or something, but he's not. Yo, Inns Games, thanks for the prime. Welcome in. He says he showed up just to support. He doesn't have time to watch right now. Can we get some legend spams in chat for Inns Games? Thank you, man. The emote says leg end, but that's because we can only make the emotes so big. So you're either the end of a leg or you're a legend. Either way, thank you. Thank you. And he keeps looking at this. He keeps expecting Sebastian to come over here. And it's a pretty important area for gold unless you move to the front. There is still lots of gold and stone towards the front. The Vil count's still rising for Andy. He's been on 3 town centers for a while. Cav Archer count is not actually rising. He has not mined any gold in a really long time. We have another pause. I think Sebastian's internet is not cooperating with him right now. Isn't a leg end a foot? I guess it is, but the emote is legend. All right. Look at the overall worker efficiency. Down bottom left. Last minute, it's been better for Sebastian. And overall, it's been better for Sebastian, which makes sense because Andy's been moving around. But it's just crazy how adaptable he is to the awkward timings that can happen in these games. Like, I would be so dead to that crossbow timing, but he's chilling. Mangonel there. We'll force that away. We'll drop a tower here. He consistently plays really low army. Sebastian needs to punish him for that. Sebastian's going for forward siege. Oh, Andy just misses the shot. Does Sebastian see that? Sebastian does see that. Well played. And also snipes the Cav Archer too. He also is coming this way. He'll take these Cav Archers as well. Maybe now Sebastian can consider a town center over here. Andy's clearing up those extra archers. Like, look, we got 4 Cav Archers. We got 2 Knights. We got 2 Archers. We got 2 Mangonels. Like, what is Andy's plan? Freaking Andy needs a freaking plandy, bro. He needs, I guess, a castle. But a castle where? A castle for what? Like, is Samurai the play here? And he sees the siege now, at least. He's got time to sort that out. He's got time to figure that one out. But if he wanted a forward castle, that is just not possible anymore. I would maybe place a castle up here, but if you do that, you're not even protecting... Okay, there we go. You're not really protecting any stone or gold anymore. Well, so here comes Sebastian. Sebastian's looking with one crossbow to see what's going on up there. He'll see the castle foundation. He's camping here. He's camping here. He's also taking a fight here. He really caught Andy off guard there. Andy was looking right in this area. Andy's looking at the siege too, which Sebastian's not looking at. Sebastian's like, I'm killing him. And Sebastian's like, oh. And now Andy's like, oh. And now Sebastian is also happy again. But the castle for Andy will go up. He has a tower back here. He's getting ballistics. Oh, man, but Sebastian's taking down the Mangonels as well. Crazy game. This is why you should never resign early in a game, by the way. That is a 20 villager lead for Andy. Score can play tricks on you. Okay, he just lost a couple more. Whatever. I actually think this is still a very winnable game for him. Sebastian does not have a lot of food eco. He's going full wood spend on crossbows and on siege, and it's working. Here he wants to place a castle to pressure the main TC from Andy. I like the energy. And even more than that castle, I like this castle because that actually denies the gold. Also, when you take down Andy's market, you're loving life because he relies on it so heavily. This pressure from Sebastian is relentless. And there was no siege nearby for Andy. He's got a mangonel over here, chasing down this one crossbow, which has been a pest. But that's it. He needs a siege here now. And you can't counter castle because there's siege and crossbows. He can't take these farms. He can't take this gold. Sebastian's just completely smothering him. This is what Sebastian does. Sebastian floods the map with army. And he has really consistent smooth eco behind. It's the level that was able to qualify for Red Bull and take down the Viper in that qualifier. That was the thing that Viper struggled with, is just how much military Sebastian always has. Sometimes at the expense of his economy numbers. But what is economy for? Economy is for military. And he's got the military. So he's got plenty of time to sort out the economy. We got movement over here from Sebastian. Outposts on the right, knowing Andy might escape. He's eating this town center. Here he's got the crossbows. Surely he makes a mistake. Finally, Andy's able to take some good engagements. But he's spotted over here. So I think if Sebastian notices that, he could continue to move along. And he continues to move right into the base. This is over, I think. And he never had military. He tried Cav Archer, and then it clearly wasn't going to work. Maybe he could have tried Elite Skirmisher. Or maybe Siege a little faster, Defensive Towers a little faster. But it's what you get with freaking Andy. It's what makes him so dangerous, because he is unique in that sense. Castle from Sebastian now to take the gold away. Andy has had no gold for so long. He's just now able to get the guard tower upgrade. But even if Sebastian can't push any further here, I think he's fine. And you'll see it. The second that Sebastian isn't constantly microing, you'll see his farms go up. You'll see his food count skyrocket. But Andy's still alive. He doesn't have this gold, which is a problem. He does now have this gold, I guess. Siege micro from Sebastian is still unbelievable. Sebastian is slowly just taking down the range, taking down the blacksmith, can take down the houses. More ranges from Andy. Maybe he could escape down here for some gold, but even that seems pretty risky. Food count's starting to climb for Sebastian. Sebastian doesn't see any of this. He clearly is just looking for map control. He's like, where is Andy right now? He's like, he's nothing. The only area he doesn't have vision on is here. And he would be correct. There's some movement coming that direction. The Cav Archers are always going to die there. Either when they run away from the castle or if the crossbows are there. But okay, small counterattack from Andy. There's a chance maybe. He is on gold and Sebastian doesn't see him there. But he's running away here. He's trying to flee and Sebastian sees him as well. Sebastian is playing so good. And the castle will catch most of those vills. Sebastian waits till the last second. Drops a couple houses. And yeah, the crossbows will find it. Sebastian didn't actually notice this. But he's still microing here. And the micro is just so good. It's so good. All those vills are dead. Okay, here is the only area that Sebastian hasn't dealt with. The fact that Andy has just made it to some stone and gold again. 95 villagers versus 87 now. So Sebastian's caught up big time with the villager count. And Sebastian, he sees the vills. He'll see the vills were there with his villagers as they're dying. He's worried about a push, so he would drop a castle here. And he would drop a tower here. And now it's like all hands on deck. Everyone shows up to this area. Ideally, Andy could drop a castle on his face right here. And it could be the start of something, but he doesn't have the stone for it. As Sebastian's micro is too good for this. It's too good. You know he's going to clear it. He's got his crossbows up here on the hill. The mangonel for Andy isn't moving in just yet. Sebastian continues with the micro. He'll take the mangonel. He'll deny the tower. It's game over, dude. He is locked in right now. This is what I'm saying about Sebastian, man. He's so good. He's so good. I think the previous map was just a map that he's fairly weak on. Still went late game. But what a beautiful job of playing this map. Controlling all the sides, all the slopes. Things got really messy here. Andy had a really strong start. Andy was definitely ahead in Feudal Age. Andy was ahead to Castle Age. But it's a beautiful turnaround. As Sebastian's on the way to Imp. As Sebastian has access to every single resource. He's got the forward castle, which can just make trebs. Andy will fight. I think if he doesn't call the GG in the next 60 seconds, he'll call it in 70 when he sees Sebastian hits him. But he's got to fight because it's important to get every win. As we've been saying, right? Couple defensive towers there from Sebastian. Can't actually break any of this in Castle Age. Would need to be an imp anyways. Beautiful attack ground there. And Andy will lose his counter-attacking army. Sebastian up to 30 on food now, so skirms, with how cheap they are with the Incas, is a very good option. And I think we will see the GG in 3, 2, and 1 for freaking Andy. What a series, though. What a series. That was awesome. That was awesome. I think Andy should look at this with a lot of positives because he actually went up against Sebastian, who's very good on this type of map, and he had chances here. I think Andy can look at this and he can recreate the opening and maybe have a better follow-up. I really do. It's a common trap. The Japanese Cav Archer play, it hasn't been working out because it just takes so long to mass. Maybe Magyars could do it because Magyars produce them 20% faster, but like, it feels like you have to have more army. Beautiful play from Sebastian. A good opening series. I think both players are okay with this because neither player got swept. But obviously, Andy will have to step it up, get more wins in the next rounds. Sebastian maybe wants to make a push for the top 3, and we'll do the same. But I expect both of these players to be in the running and in the conversation on potential playoffs in the group. Especially if they play like that, I think they'll be serious contenders. So good stuff to see. All right, guys. So again, as I said before, we tried to get things moving as quickly as possible today. We are currently an hour ahead of the schedule that was posted yesterday. I'm hoping we will have the games actually start very shortly. Okay, the drafts are starting soon. Perfect. Yeah, so fair warning. I have to leave my house in 2 hours. All right, I'm already packed. I have a flight to fly home for a family thing tomorrow. So if this series is long, I will possibly have to leave early. I'm bringing a caster in with me. T West is going to cast the third set. So worst case, I would just send you to him for the last games. But I think we have enough time. I think we have enough time to get the full series in. Next series of the day, final series of the day, is Nikov versus Running. So that'll be coming up next. I'll take a quick break, get another refreshment of coffee, and we'll be back and dive right into the rest of the action, guys. We'll catch you soon.
To die like this? You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. It died like this. You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. It died like this. You played like this. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours. It died like this. You played 2 hours. 2 hours. You played 2 hours. You played 2 hours. It died like this.
Okay, I'm back. Did you miss me? We've got maps, and we've got some banger maps. I really hope that I do not have to step away. Missing this flight would be really bad, but missing these games would be really bad too. Because look at the home maps. We've got Coast Arena for running. So that's our water/arena hybrid map, which has produced only bangers so far. And we'll see what game number 1's going to be after they go through their bans. Nikov has Seychelles as well, which is a pretty heavy water map. Looks like it's going to be game 1 monocle. So, important question, T90. If you have a family thing tomorrow, does that mean no Age of Empires? So your second family doesn't count. Yeah, no Age of Empires. It's a serious family matter. So yeah, no Age of Empires. I'm going to be back for Friday through Monday. Friday through Monday will be the second round of TTL Plat. So same stuff we're covering here, just second round. But I won't have anything for a couple days until I get back home. I'm aware, I see some people pinging me, asking about the prediction updates. I'm aware that the predictions aren't updated yet. I don't personally do the updating. I think there's a delay because of a technical issue. I'm not sure. Ideally, that gets updated almost immediately, and I know it's not updated right now. So I'll look into that tonight. Hopefully by next week, that'll be updated almost like immediately. But please be understanding that all of these things are not necessarily easy to do as quickly as people would like. We will do our best. Please be reasonable with your messages. That's all I can ask, right? But here, let me show you guys. This video will be on Extras channel, but since we have a minute, just to give you guys an idea of what the content's going to look like, all right? Fair warning, this will be very bright. I can't get dark mode on Google Docs to work. This will be very, 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 very bright, okay? So, fair warning. Flashbang incoming. All right, so what we have here is silver. I know that's bright. Golds, and then plat. All right. And the areas that have the box over them is the coverage days. So right now we're looking at February 9th. So we are currently here. All right. 3 days off because I will be home with family for a funeral. We return. We start plat. We do 4 more days of plat for round 2. Then new patch launches for the game. All right. And then we do all of the silver final week, the final round of silver. We do 4 sets a day. Bang, bang, bang. Then we're back to platinum. 3 sets a day. We do plat round 3. Then, no breaks. We immediately move into gold's final rounds. 4 days. We move into gold playoffs. 2 best of 5s to make it to plat. We then take 1 day off. We then go into the playoffs from silver to get into gold. Then we are pretty much directly back into the final 2 rounds of platinum before we get into the round of 12, quarterfinals, semifinals, third place match, and final. So, hopefully you guys aren't blind now and we'll still be there to watch it. But yeah, we basically have like a period of time where it's like a month of content with the occasional day off. We'll have lots of AWE, all right? So, I've been saying it's a big project. There's a lot to come. That's what you guys have to look forward to. I'm making a video with that schedule if you guys are interested in those dates and want to schedule your life around it. Not asking you guys to schedule your life around the whole event, but, you know, it's a pretty badass event. maybe you'll do it a little bit. Is it possible to make Google Docs go dark mode? I don't use it enough, to be honest. It's gotta be, right? Here's the Civ draft. That file's not public, so that's not a file that you guys can look at because we got other stuff. And this is probably the last time I'll look at it, to be honest, so I don't need it in dark mode for now. Hawkman, the entirety of the event is publicly scheduled and open casting. So anyone, like if you wanted to cast games that are happening, you could do so if you so pleased. So for example, Margugu versus Uzi is a Gold League set. That's happening in 45 minutes. I'm obviously going to miss that. Tomorrow, I mean, there's all this Gold and Silver League stuff. The one creator that's really been covering a lot of TTL and some sets that I'm missing has been T-West, who will be casting this set with me. He's been doing a baller job at covering TTL sets. So big shout out to him. I know there's probably been others too. But yeah, the nature of it, you got 60 sets in group stage per league. So that's 180 sets, which is like, I don't know how many games that is, but that's a lot of games. I won't get everything, but still will be doing my best to be live pretty much every day I can. So, all right, Malay and Italians for running. I really like those Civ picks. They slot in very nicely for Costa Rica and Seychelles. So Nikov has some thinking to do on what he wants to do for Costa Rica. I think Georgians is probably for his map. And ooh, goes for Chinese. All right. Haven't seen Chinese that frequently. $540 group stage games. Sheesh. Yep. So I feel bad that I can't cast every game, but I think that borders into the impossible category, right? I'll be happy with the amount of coverage we've given it. We'll have every league I've gotten really good coverage, I feel. Yeah, I think it's good as well to give. The whole idea of TTL is to give opportunity to people across the scene, and that could apply to anyone who's casting too. I promise you, if you're casting TTL, I'm watching your stream because I am permanently online and I'm always paying attention to sets. And if I'm not casting a set, I need to know what's happening with it. So if you would like me to watch your stream, you should cast TTL. I will at the very least be lurking. I don't know if I could full on promise that to you. Don't go live and just be sitting there like, where's T90? But I'm usually keeping my eye out. So I don't like to poke my head into chat sometimes because it can be a little distracting for people. Yeah, if you cast in Spanish, I'm probably watching too but I might not listen because I don't understand what's being said. But I just want to watch the games basically, right? So best way to watch the game is to pull up a caster. So the days for me, usually I have Titans League up on a tablet or a laptop if I'm not casting or I'm casting TTL. Baron, thanks for 25. He says, it can't be said enough how much the work you put into this is so evident. Keep it up, good sir. Well, thank you, man. Thank you. I will keep it up. And thanks for sticking around. Last Civ pick for running. I don't expect anything he'll play here. You can, but I feel like his big hitter civilizations have already come in on this draft. Let's see if I'm wrong, though. Maybe there's a Civ that'll really excite me. I think... Okay, Incas. That's a pretty good pick. I could see Incas game 1 on Monocle. Because we've seen a lot of Burgundians and Armenians and Bulgarians. Was always an option too. Bulgarians didn't get banned, so players just didn't opt for them. But Romans was banned, Burgundians was banned, Japanese was banned, Armenians, Dravidians, all these like infantry man-at-arms civs that we've seen on that map were just banned out. So, Wu could still be a good option. I really like Koreans for Nikov there, to be honest. You could play heavy range units. Just expecting the infantry. But last set of the day. Hopefully they start as quickly as possible. Yeah, I have to fly home for a funeral tomorrow. So I can't miss that. And you know how airports are, and it's also like kind of near rush hour, so I'm looking at the clock right now. The time that I agreed is the last second that I could leave the house is in an hour and 42 minutes. So I'm looking at Nikov's map and I'm a little concerned on time. Because the games can go on pretty long there, but we'll see. It's just 3 games. Yeah, Jersey. You know what's funny? Because of where I live, I don't actually keep my heavy jacket with me, usually. I keep my heavy jacket at home with my parents, because then I don't have to check a bag and whatnot. So, I actually don't have a heavy coat, and my mom is bringing the heavy coat to the airport. Now, if I'm going, and I just know what my year looks like, right? So, like, if I was going to Germany for an event, which I've done a lot of, then I bring my heavy coat home. But, like, I'm arriving as Florida man to Pennsylvania, to the cold, and I'm being handed the coat, which seems so ridiculous. But that's what we're doing. That's what we do. So, yeah. I know it's still very cold there. It's been cold where I am, at least by like Florida standards, but that's nothing, so. All right, predictions. Predictions, they're about to start. I'm also going to hop in with T West and cast with him, so we're very close to starting here. I can actually look up what my official prediction was on the prediction sheet. I think I predicted 2-1 for Nikov. I definitely predicted a Nikov win. I said 2-1 for Nikov. My thinking is Nikov is overall the better player, but running is usually really prepped and will take a game. And for running to survive, I think he will have to take a game. Running in this map pool, though, I really like the draft for his chances. We have 2 maps here which aren't immediate pressure, which is what Nikov thrives on. So Seychelles and Costa Rica, those maps are not bad for running. I was a little surprised that Nikov picked Seychelles in the first place. Clearly, he's comfortable there. But yeah. Yohei, or no, sorry, it's Wupnup. Oh no, it is Neo. It's I confused you. I swear, I'll get used to it someday. Thank you. Welcome back. 3-0 for running. Oh, okay. It says 3-0 for running, and then says no. I mean 3-0 for Nikov. Oh, screw running, I guess. Yeah, I mean, if there's going to be a sweep, I would probably lean towards Nikov. But Nikov's kind of hit or miss. You don't know what you're going to get from Nikov. One of these days I could go through and I could talk about Titans League storylines. I don't know how many of you guys would actually enjoy a video, but just like a review of crazy things that have happened in Titans League. That would probably be good before the next season of Titans League, because it can get people interested and excited. But in Nikov's case, he only had 6 wins in group stage last time. And then he went to the playoffs, and then he made a run all the way to the semis. So it was ridiculous. Like 6 wins, you can be relegated. He barely survived. I'm trying to pull it up right now, but Wikipedia is not loading. And then he made a run to top 4. So every group can look a little bit different. Here, let me pull it up for you real quick. Should be pretty easy to remind you of what that looked like. Yeah, he lost the 3rd place match, but I mean, top 4 was one of the best results Nikov had in a long time. Top 4 in an S tier is huge for him. And Dark was also kind of a crazy story there too, right? So let's see. Where was Nikov? So yeah, this was a really weird group because the relegated players were really close to surviving. Usually there's a gap. It's like there's a gap kind of like this or this. But this was Classic Pro and Veleza getting relegated with 5 wins, and Nikov going to playoffs with 6. It went to like the triple tiebreak with Barles too, because they had very similar stats. But yeah, he went there, and then he goes to playoffs. He beats MBL, he beats Hart, and then he loses to the eventual champion Hera in the semis. That's not bad at all. Obviously loses the 3rd place match. But yeah, Dark was also crazy. Dark's run was probably crazier because he went 4-1 in sets in the group, ahead of Viper, ahead of Andy, ahead of all these players. Then he goes to playoffs. He beats Yo 3-1, and then he beats Tatau 3-1 before losing to Leary. Crazy. And then what does Dark do to start this season? He gets swept by Mihai. So it's just, you don't know what you're going to get. But I think in Dark's case, he has more going on in his personal life than he did last time. I think he's, I could be wrong, but I think he's a bit busier right now. How many disappointed Nikovs do you think we'll get this series? I don't think there'll be too many. But maybe I'll throw in a few because it's just too fun. Nikov! I should do that with Tatau sometimes when Tatau doesn't have like bow solid wheelbarrow, but it's more of a Nikov meme. Is dashboard bugged? Arbase, can you let me know if they've started? I find it surprising they haven't launched yet. I don't think it's bugged. I think it's working. They're just not in the game yet. They'll start soon. Zap says, when's the Viper game? Viper game was supposed to be this week. Viper was sick. They've scheduled for this upcoming week. So Friday through Monday will be the next round. We will have Viper and Vivi playing 2 rounds for round 2. So yeah, we're hoping to get Viper in yesterday. That gets pushed. We'll have Viper and Vivi double up. So one of those days we'll have 4 sets. Is there any Civ better than Bulgarians for the militia rush? Japanese are really good. Romans are really good. Armenians can get longsword, so they're really good. If you count Flemish militia, I think Burgundians are actually pretty solid too. So you've got some good options. All right, we're going to hop into a call. Chat, please let me know if the audio needs changed, all right? I know with Dave it was a concern. With T-West, it should be fine. 90-second countdown till we're in. Hello, T-West.
Oh, hello there. Hello there.
Sorry, did I scare you?
No, you didn't scare me. You might have scared my chat, though.
Okay, well, I'm just...
You can answer the question that chat asked since you interrupted me, though.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, they asked, who do you think could knock Hera off of his pedestal?
Did you answer?
No, I was in the process, so now I want to hear your answer.
I mean, I was asked this in the Reddit AMA this past week, and I said Leary. Leary's come really close a lot of times, so I think Leary's the one that comes to mind. I think Sebastian, maybe over time. I think Sebastian is another option there too. It's just sad because all the players who could potentially do it that we say have been close, and it hasn't happened yet, you know?
Yeah, that was also going to be my answer. I really like Sebastian's chances. Yeah. I wonder if just how much all the drama affected Viper last year with the GL situation. And maybe if he's freed from that, he might be able to make a comeback or at least play better than he did in the last year.
Yeah, I mean, Viper's he's just not quite as sharp as he was in years past. And that's not a new thing. But a washed Viper, a weak version of Viper, is always top 4, it feels. So
almost, aside from Red Bull.
Aside from the Red Bull scenario. So yeah, Viper's always a threat too. Anyways, thanks for joining. It looks like it's about to start. We'll dive right into it. A good mix of maps. I'm sure you might have some tidbits and details on some of the maps since you're the scripter for it. But we're here. I'm just
afraid they're gonna break.
You can't even enjoy it because you're just so worried.
No.
Well, welcome everybody. We've got the opening matches for Nikov and Running in Titans League Season 5. Nikov was top 4 in Titans League Season 4. He only had 6 wins in group stage, ends up getting to playoffs somehow, and then he ends up moving all the way and losing eventually, I think, to Hera in the semifinals. So not a bad showing from him. He'll look to repeat that. He's gone for the Chinese, and then we've got running here in the red. The groups are always going to be really difficult, and there's 2 players that get relegated to US. I think running is going to have a real tough time staying up, but I'd love for him to prove me wrong here.
Yeah, I do too. I think the one good thing for running... Also, what colors are you going to use? I'll put running in red, I think.
Yep, running in red.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Matches the flag a bit, right? Nikov in blue for Argentina, running in red for Germany. So, yeah, I think running is going to have a hard chance not being bottom of the group. But I think the map pool and the way the drafts work out means he's always going to have a closed map like Coast Arena he picked. And that should suit him really well. A couple of the maps like Tulo and Zimbabwe were in Stronghold Frenzy, which he played in. So he's going to be pretty familiar with them. And I don't know if he's going to be the favorite to win every set. But I think he's a lock to at least have one win, or maybe even be the favorite for one single map. Not that he's gonna do all that well against the incredible players in this bracket with him, but I think the settings do favor him maybe playing the spoiler role and upsetting some other players on certain maps.
No, I could see that. I mean, if you look at all the Titans League seasons, there's almost always been that player who stays alive because they don't get swept, right? And we've seen instances this season in the upper and lower league where a player, something goes wrong the first game, they lose, they resign. Game 2 and 3, they're just mentally defeated and they can't play their best. I think players who are like that will really struggle in this format. Whereas running, I find his consistency from game to game, win or lose, is really strong. So I agree. It's just, unfortunately, the competition is so high. And you got ACCM, Sebastian, Andy, Lewis, and then Nikov. He's going to have to send somebody down if it's not going to be him. So we got Chinese here from Nikov. This map is dominated by the shorefish. Chinese always need food to get their start rolling. And the start has been brilliant for Nikov so far. So that's good. But then we got Incas on the other side from running. So what do you think about the Incas pick?
Well, we've seen a lot of swordsman play on this map. Lots of men-at-arms. I know we've seen some Armenian longswords. We've seen some Flemish militia from the Burgundians. And that's so dominant. I think the Inca could be a great play if you manage to kind of have an even game that gets to the Castle Age, and then you can add in slingers. But that's against most of the normal civs we'd see here. The Chinese have a great eco, but don't really feel like they're specialized for the map as some of the other civs are. Like we have Japanese or Dravidians for the shorefish and the good swordsman line. We've seen Romans and Armenians. So I'm not sure what to expect from Nikov here if he does go for the men-at-arms line, or maybe just tries to go archers.
Yeah, I think at least the build so far, Nikov he's able to do this. It's actually one of the weakest builds for Chinese because of the 0 food start. Getting the food for man-at-arms is tricky, but he pushed in virtually every deer he had around. He brought in his boars. He only has 12 seconds of TC idle time. And then he can always shift over to the shorefish now. So I think there's... he could make this work, but what is he going to be up against? Because running has been, well, walking, and he is going to build a barracks near the shorefish. And I mean, he is placing the barracks directly where Nikov is milling as well.
He is. Will Nikov see this? His vills are close to it.
Yeah.
Man, if he were Koreans here, that's also in his draft, the vills with extra line of sight might actually see the barracks.
Well,
but
my first thought is the surprise has to work because Nikov is also going to be surprising him. And because running has been escorting this villager this entire time, he hasn't been looking for Nikov's opening at all. And to your point, you don't always expect man-at-arms from Chinese. So both players maybe will surprise the other. Nikov will have 4 units here in a second. The late barracks means that this is very delayed for running. But the surprise is a factor for both, I guess. And
the gold is so close to your TC, the men-at-arms can't really hit it. They have to go to that wood line, and running, he's seen that scout there for a long time.
Yeah. I think
doesn't wall.
This is the downside. This is the downside of trying to be sneaky yourself, is you just don't have the scouting you need. It puts more pressure on him to get damage, and Nikov will just move right up to the shorefish as well. So wherever those shorefish are, they need to be walled up. Nikov, he's just towering because he's expecting man-at-arms as well here, T-West. He doesn't know the barracks is there, but it's the right play just to tower because he hasn't seen any army, and that tower might end up saving him here. We'll see.
Yeah, the tower should be able to spot the barracks, and it does.
That's wild. Oh, and a tower from running as
walls. Yeah, we've seen a lot of towers on the Shorefish against those initial men-at-arms. It's kind of still leaving you open, but if you can fight the men-at-arms outside of the tower and get the tower fire, then you can kill them.
Yep, and running will see the tower. He sees the walls. It's unfortunate his barracks was so close, to be honest. I think had it been further away, it would have been beneficial. It'll see the range from Nikov. He's looping around with the man-at-arms. But Nikov, I think, is fairly safe. And running does not have a wood line right now. He's losing his lumber camp. No archery range for him is going to be a problem.
Yeah, he's just taking the straggler trees. At least your TC defends a lot of your base here, but that's what the very early Drush can do. It can get in before you're able to make walls, and running's trying to dive the TC.
Man.
Don't know if he'll be able to do much damage there, but he's in.
That's some crazy quick walling from Nikov right there. He got the initial walls, so he could dish some damage out on the man-at-arms, and then he also was getting the quick walls behind in case they got through. And now he's got 2 archers there, and those man-at-arms are pretty much a waste. And meanwhile, running still doesn't have a wood line, and we have a very, very dominant first game and quick first game from Nikov. That's what he could do.
Well, Nikov's saying, I know T90 has a flight he needs to catch. Let's make sure we don't drag this out too long. We'll get a quick win in game 1.
Yeah. I'm a little grateful for that, not gonna lie, because the next 2 games could be very long and I don't want to miss them. But yeah, that is an example of running, trying to do something completely out of the box to beat a player he thinks is better than him, and it just failed miserably. Right? It just failed miserably. There's no other way to say it. We can move on. Just such a big lead for Nikov. He would trap the army. He would kill the Vils. He's Chinese. It's pretty over.
Yeah, not much to say about that. It's one of those things, I've seen Valesa play so many games where automatically, whenever he even gets the faintest scent of a drush, everything in his base is small walled.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like when you're only worried about the lumber camp and you're going forward without scouting, you have to do that if you're running. You have to be prepared for men-at-arms coming if you're not scouting with small walls. And if he's walled there, that's a completely different game because he won't lose the Vils and he'll still have wood.
Yes. Now, we will see Chinese again on that map at some point. It might not be next week. It might be the week after or the week after that. This is the first time we've seen it, and this is the first time that people are now aware how good the build can be with men-at-arms. If that is any other Civ, TOS, if that was Dravidians or Armenians, all these other Civs we've seen, where they have bonuses for the man-at-arm opening, running would pre-wall there. But he just didn't know. He didn't expect it. So it was kind of a double whammy. A, you have Chinese, and the build's really good, and your eco bonuses are there. But then your opponent just doesn't expect your build. So I am shocked that Nikov has gone for the Civ that he has gone for here. I fully expected him to pick Georgians on his home map, which is Seychelles. But he's actually going to go Georgians on Coast Arena, which is Running's home map. So, buckle up, folks.
Well, I think this makes sense from the standpoint of how we were talking earlier. We feel like Running maybe isn't at the same level as the rest of the players in the group, but can maybe get some wins on the closed maps.
Yeah.
You might see players picking their number 1 Civ for the closed maps to try to have the best shot at him on his home maps, and then be confident in themselves on the other maps.
I think it's going to be Transport. I really do. Because, like, I'm really going through the possibilities in my head on how this would play. Georgians don't compete very well on water. Georgians, they're good on an open land map, but a closed land map, you can't compete with the Malay because the Malay will eventually surpass you in Vils. So there was one other game. It was Mihai against Dark. Did you cast that set?
Mihai Dark. I don't think I did.
Okay, so it was Italians against Turks or something, and he transported. He went man-at-arms, archers on the opponent's side.
Yes.
He transported them.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you saw Daniel play this map. He also tried to transport.
I did watch that one, and it looked horrible. It looked horrible.
That didn't work out.
Yeah, I was watching your cast of that. Thanks, by the way, for all the coverage you've given TTL. It's been amazing. So it really is appreciated that I can, if I'm not casting, I can watch all the other leagues and all the other sets. It's been amazing.
It's nice that there's so much stuff to cast too.
Yeah, there's something all the time. So I've been happy with it so far. Here we are, Coast Arena. This game has given us nothing but bangers. You have the water on the outside. You've got the walls and the arena style with stone and gold in the inside. You could tower rush. You could castle drop. You could play water. You could play land. There's lots of options here. But to start, the water is one of the big reasons you would see the melee picked. And I'm just wondering, like, because I saw the melee before, and they just boomed. They won water, and then they just beat every other civ to the Imperial Age. So Georgian bonuses are not great here unless it's messy. So my prediction, I could be completely wrong, is Nikov will actually try a transport ship. And if he were to do that and go to the left side, that is a very long journey. that is a very long journey.
I'll need to scout where he is. But,
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty easy to do that, right? It's arena. You just go forward with the scout and you see immediately. Like I don't think he goes to the left side. I mean, unless he wants to be sneaky, right? If he wants to be sneaky, he could transport on the left side.
Well, the key here is he needs to scout the walls, I guess. I've seen a bunch of gens. I guess it's possible it's kind of off-centered, but that's a little uncommon. So now he sees the walls. I think with his dock being on the right side, if he were to transport, he would probably get there even faster, if anything.
Yeah, this is about as close as they can be on this map. So there's an angle they can be between, and this is about as small as that can be right now.
How much fun did you have scripting this map? Because we had a lot of requests. We had a lot of very particular requests, like the gold and the stone being fixed on the forward walls has to be right.
Yeah.
And then the gold and stone in the middle, the relics, the water, the oysters.
I've been thinking of making a video about this, but I think it might be like a horror video for programmers because this is very, very hacky. The RMS language is very limited, and I essentially had to have some code that sometimes is a comment and sometimes isn't in the map script. And if there's a programmer in T90's chat, I'm sure that you are having nightmares right now. But yeah, we have the diagonal gates. Those were several days of experimenting until I could get them consistently.
You experimented several days with diagonal gates?
Yes. I wanted to make sure they were, because in the original map we had, and also this is a lovely script originally by the Mad Catter, but sometimes players would have one gate, sometimes they'd have two gates, and sometimes they had three. And I looked at that and I thought, I'm going to get so many complaints from players because they don't have a gate, or they couldn't get out of their base, or they got trapped.
Okay.
I need to make sure they have the same number. And the only way I could do that consistently was if I used the diagonal gates, but the game doesn't place them by default. You have to do a lot of manual and hacky stuff to get them to line up in exactly the right tiles.
Mm-hmm.
And also, you have to make sure that you can't just place them in the wall. Like, you see how they're kind of like one tile forward with that wall behind them?
Yeah.
If I just place them straight in the wall, like the normal gates, then you could tower hop over them.
Yep.
And I was sure we'd see someone not be aware of that and then get tower hopped in their base.
Yep. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't code. I just talk and play, but I have very specific balance requests. I have no clue. You guys don't realize I have zero clue on how you could actually make a script work properly, but I am very opinionated. T-West will attest to this on like the balance of it. You try and think about the flow of the game and how it will work out competitively. So you're incredible. I appreciate you. And I am, as we've been talking, I'm still so confused. Nikov deleted part of his wall. He walked over towards the outside seawall, which I don't know how strong this is against land units. I guess it actually has no melee armor, so maybe it's super weak. And it almost looks like Nikov is going to, like, attack it.
Forward.
Is he going to attack it with, like, a Vil?
I've seen forward docks on this map before.
Hear me out, though. What if you attacked the seawall that's in the area where you can't build? There would be no way they can quick wall behind it, right?
Yeah, and also I think Nikov, I've seen players delete walls to go for forward docks. I think you need to delete the wall that's on the beach because then you can re-wall if you have to. I think Nikov deleted on the shallows where I guess he could do a dock there later.
Yeah.
But he can't re-wall that.
Well, he's just deleting some of his seawalls anyways. All right, so Nikov's not doing anything too fancy. He is just going to try and play water. In which case, I think the melee, if they match it and do the same builds, will be more than fine. Melee advance faster to the next stage. Long term, that guarantees them a Vil lead. And it's going to be galleys from running. And Nikov will be right behind him to feudal. We'll see what Nikov chooses to do. I would assume it's also going to be galleys, but it could be fire ships because he went forward dock.
Yeah, the Georgians are a civ we see more on hybrid maps, not as much on pure water maps, where we might expect the melee to be played.
Yeah.
So I wonder how heavily Nikov is going to commit to the docks and the galleys. Because he's on a third dock now, and that feels like this is a very heavy commitment to water.
Yeah.
And trying to play the map more like a water map rather than an arena map.
Well, Nikov's micro is insane. And he's one of the best micro players in the game. Where things slip for Nikov is the transitions on adding farms and adding economy and getting upgrades. So I think once he determines that running's doing the same thing as him, in many ways he's going to be comfortable. But it is just exactly where I think running would want to be is the melee. So no complaints from his side. And the galleys are going to meet each other near the docks right now.
And running, will he see that forward dock? He's a tile off and he sees it, so he knows the dock's forward.
Yep. Yeah, Nikov, that's all Nikov needs. He sees you run into a volley that I didn't. I'm going to go get that galley before you can get back and repair it. Running, though, able to get some dodges, and now Nikov regretting this. That's really nice work from running. And now Nikov's going to be even more aggressive against the galley. And he's misclicking. He's clicking the other one, and he gets it.
Yeah, they were stacked on top of each other. You see Nikov wanted all of his arrows to hit one galley, but they were so close he couldn't avoid clicking that front one.
Yep. Remember, the berries, are they always in the back? Like near the shoreline? I don't know.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the berries in the shoreline. Yeah, that was one of your requests to put the gold and the stone in the front, and because of that, the only room for the berries was in the back.
Yeah.
But it is kind of interesting that you can deny the berries consistently from if you win the water.
Well, that's what I'm thinking is if Nikov were to lose water, which I don't think he will, that's really bad for the time being, to lose that on the berries too. But we're still a long way from that. Fletching is on the way for Nikov. Running doesn't have that coming in yet. And once Nikov has it, again, I just expect him to just use every advantage he can with the micro. He's so confident against a player like Running, who typically wants to rely on the defensive walls and more macro-oriented play. So he wants the fights. And actually, the villagers won't have loom. So he could harass the woodline here if he gets through there.
When he broke through the wall, and as you were saying, this is on the shallow, so Running won't be able to re-wall there. So if Nikov, I don't know how much of that woodline he can hit now, but if he stays forward, when you get up to the castle age, you do War Galley and Bodkin, and you get more range, then you really can push the Vils off of that woodline. Because the woodlines aren't actually that thick on this map. You are pretty close to the coastline wherever you're chopping wood, unless you go from the middle.
Tiny detail here. Nikov has had quite a few villagers on the shorefish around some of these docks, which I think will drop off in efficiency now. But he's had that, and he's had one more fishing ship. So maybe with food income, it's been slightly better. But Running is usually pretty accustomed to just using the market here. I think he'll just sell off any resources later on if he's worried. But I am seeing more ships for Nikov. Running has ships over-queued a little bit, which just tells me he's not able to balance his resources as perfectly as Nikov. And Nikov's got 400 food, already dropping the market. So not a civ you'd expect to be played on this map, or at least that's what I didn't expect. But Nikov is making it work really well.
Yeah, and with the market, he's probably going to sell stone and try to go up.
Oh, man.
Running is farther away in resources, but he's still melee.
Dude, Nikov, you can see how confident he is, right? Like, his micro is just unreal, and he gets good engagements, and I think he's just won water. Running's forced to take the fight. But, yeah, this is just not looking good for Running. And Nikov will have more follow-up army. Nikov could be in Castle Age faster. This could be another quick one here, and it is.
That is another quick one.
Wow.
That's Nikov's experience in the galley micro. I know he's been playing this since back on Voobly, and he's going to be very comfortable seeing he has a small advantage, but they're just pouncing once he gets 1 or 2 extra galleys, and feeling that running didn't have anywhere to run. His fishing chips were there, and he didn't want to lose them.
I mean, you can lose water if you're doing a different build, right? If you're doing a different build, you can lose water because you're building up towards a different economy or a different strategy. But if you're doing the exact same build, you could not lose water this quickly. That is just, quite honestly, a skill difference. Nikov just so quick to the numbers and so good with the micro. And even if the water was still even, like Nikov's resources are balanced out so well here. I mean, still running, the same thing applies. It's going to be tough for him to stay alive. He is who I consider to be maybe 6th in the group in terms of skill. If he can still snag a win, the pain from the first 2 games goes away. The last game still matters. But
it does, but the last map's also going to be water, because that's going to be Seychelles.
Yeah. But it's not water where you should see quite as much early pressure on water, but it could be considered a lot more multitasking, which Nikov's going to love. But for me, and I say this all the time, there's for players, there's a food chain, right? And certain players, if they have not been beaten by a player, they will look at that and they will be like, all right, easy wins, or like, I'm going to win. And you could tell that is what it is right now with Nikov. And with running, it's the flip side of it too. Like running is probably like, oh, okay, I got to do something crazy game 1 to have a chance. Went horrible. And then here, it's like, you went for the same exact build order, and the game was very fast. Like, hopefully he could mentally keep it together right now.
Yeah, and that's going to be the mental state for running probably throughout this entire group. Because I think it's going to be that same position where the other player will be the favorite, and he's trying to get wins. And if you play something crazy like in game 1, it doesn't work. You play the same mirrored matchup, and it still doesn't work. Now, what do you do for game 3?
Yeah. Well, game 3, it's a very even matchup. There would be a lot of different aspects. This is actually one of the prettiest maps I think I've seen in competitive AoE2 in a long time. I don't know who created it. Shout out to the creator of Seychelles.
This was Death Counter.
Death Counter, cool. Yeah, it's a really fun concept. We'll have a lot to talk about there. But yeah, I all the players who played today were asked if they could possibly move their time up so I could cast the set. The admins did not ask them to make it this fast, to be clear. This is not running and Nikov doing me a favor. This is just Nikov being a beast. And here we are. Yeah, here's Seychelles, which, again, is a beautiful map. You start with the transport on the outside, which you can use as a scout. You start on a big island that is connected on 2 separate sides via land to the other side. Players can go for water in the middle. Players can go for water on the outer ring. And if this goes late T-West, there's actually a lot of transporting that's needed because that wood, the stone, and the gold on these islands on the outside can become really valuable.
Yes, absolutely. And we've seen water sieves played here. And if you go super late game, then cannon galleons start ranging the inside of the main part of the land.
Mm-hmm.
And players who go for castle drops can start losing their castles to cannons, or maybe even if we, not in this matchup, but we've seen Dromans and Lutrons, which can also be useful. And those civs, there are differences between like the Persians, which I've seen played on this map, but aren't a good late game water civ. And these 2 civs here, Italians and Vikings, who both might not go for the forward on land and might prefer to play water.
Yeah, you have, what I like about the Italians is you have a very versatile tech tree. So you could go scouts, archers, knights, condos later. Like there's a lot of things that you can do. Even gunpowder, like bombard cannons too. So certain players, I would expect them to open with land if they can. Here's Nikov. Is Nikov going to lame? Or is he just going to take the sheep?
Some pigs.
Okay. But this was Nikov's map, and he picked Vikings, which is typically less dimensional than, or you know, just less flexible. I can't speak than the Italians. So, but I know Nikov. I've seen him play this before with other civs. and he loves to play the land and then take the water in Castle Age. And I think that's perfect for the Vikings because you can't play galleys in feudal without super committing to them and not doing anything else. And there also might not be as much payoff on the galleys too. But if you get to longboats just completely wreck everything. So I'd like to see maybe scouts or archers, and then later on Nikov might make the longboats.
Yeah, and here we have running. Looks like he's going to dock the middle. And in the feudal age, Vikings, at least in this patch until, next little over a week, we have the new DLC. They have demos, but they lack fires.
Oh
so
my
Nikov
god.
won't be able to do feudal age fires in the middle.
Oh man, running just lost a villager to a rhino. Oh no. I mean, already a really rough start.
Oh no.
Maybe he's lacking confidence.
Now.
Maybe he's tired.
Garrison and shoot.
Yeah, that's brutal. And yeah, it has happened in Platinum League. It happened to MBL. But it shouldn't happen because you could just shoot the rhinos with the TC now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw Deduzu try to play Zimbabwe, but he used the house foundation to de-aggro a rhino and then tried to delete the foundation and deleted his vill.
I did not see that. When was that?
Oh, that was, I think, his first round set. I forget who he was playing, but he had a beautiful opening, did everything right, stopped some rhino lures from his opponent, and then deleted his villager.
Oh, God. Well, I don't have safe delete on, and one time I deleted my town center, so that's a little bit worse than deleting the vill.
I've done that too.
Well, running will know he lost the villager. Running will also know just how much pressure that is. Running knows there's viewers watching right now, and there are people right now who are rooting for him, who are frowning in the chat and maybe disappointing. That's a lot of pressure on a player, and that can snowball on you so hard in this game. I just really hope for running he doesn't run to the north right now with his scout, because the town center is right there from Nikov, and he doesn't. Nikov docked the outside, so he's fishing there. Nikov knows that running has docked the middle. But it's tough to, if you haven't already docked the middle, to compete with the civ that gets fire ships. Because one dock galleys would always lose to one dock fire ships. So, and then do you really want to commit to an extra 2 docks? Probably not. The middle water might be secure for running for a while.
Yeah, at least until the Castle Age, Nikov could go 2 or 3 docks longboats in the Castle Age, and then you pretty much win against everything if you had a couple demos to deal with the fires. But as far as the feudal age is concerned, running can do whatever he wants. He can take the fish, and he can take the oysters too. This was another one of your requests, to add the oysters to the middle for a bit of gold.
The thing is, he's lacking so much intel as well. He's bringing a villager to the back of Nikov's base in the transport. He doesn't know where Nikov is docked, though. He doesn't know that Nikov is building a forward barracks at his base. This could be all like that other game all over again, where Nikov just surprises him with man-at-arms.
Well, Nikov could be surprised, too, with this vill in the back on that transport. They might both be surprised.
He wants to dock Nikov's dock so he could flood fires onto the fish, but he doesn't know where the dock is yet, so he's waiting for it. He's looking for it. And, all right, he will find it. Yeah. So that's the strategy. It's a good strat. It's just a little late. But Nikov won't know about that. Nikov has his barracks. Running won't know about that. Running is going to tower now. Interesting. So I wonder if running just assumes now that with the back dock that Nikov would go man-at-arms. I actually like that tower. I know you really want gold income, but if you have the oysters in the middle for the gold, and as long as you protect the wood line, it's not the worst tower in the world.
Yeah, that's been his plan. He's been taking the oyster for gold, so he hasn't needed a mining camp. He saved a bit of wood not needing that. And that tower now protects his entire eco. Every single vill he has is taking wood from that wood line. That is literally everything.
Oh my god, though. Nikov, this is a strategy I used to see on islands. Nikov, expecting fire galleys at some point, he doesn't know from where. He's forward docking with his fish. So he's going to hide his fish down there, which is really interesting. Especially because, I mean, there's fires coming here from running, so it's the perfect counter to whatever running is going to try if he wants the fishing kills.
Yeah, and especially knowing that you're the Vikings, And the forward dock to try to get fires on the Viking dock in feudal is a strat I've seen quite a bit because you won't have those counter fires. If you can run the fish all the way down there, which he has, oh, that's wonderful. He'll keep all the fish safe, and running will be looking around like, what's going on? I built this dock for nothing.
Yeah, exactly. You're never going to look that far. You're going to look to the left, you're going to look to the right, but you're never going to look that far unless the meta develops and then people expect it. So maybe this is more known because of practice sessions and whatnot. Running is badly housed. He lost a couple houses to these men-at-arms. He's definitely under pressure, but he's also adding a lot of economy in the middle. So that's completely unprotected, but it is also safe because Nikov has chosen to play land. And Nikov is behind this double mill. Mill on the shorefish, mill on the berries there, and a couple farms. So his food eco is at least very strong.
Yep, double mill. He doesn't have any of the eco upgrades, though, as you might expect from Nikov. But at least he gets that free wheelbarrow as the Vikings. So that'll be good for the farms.
Hey, Running found this. That's a sick find from Running. I don't know if he's paying attention to that right now, but he does find the fish. Right now, unfortunately, the fire is just dishing out damage into the dock and not hitting the fishing ships. I think Nikov's plan is exactly what I said. His plan is to win water and castle. If he can click up the castle, we will definitely see docks, and I think the middle area becomes very vulnerable for Running. So Running needs to get some counter damage on land, force Nikov to do something other than just man-at-arms. It's been literally 3 man-at-arms for Nikov and all eco, nothing else.
Yeah, and at least now Running finding those fish might slightly affect Nikov's castle age timing, but I think it's too late as he has just about 800 food, and Running is nowhere close to clicking up himself, even with all those fishing ships.
And Nikov is just going to sail away with his other 2 fishing ships and go back to his initial dock. Because Running doesn't have a fire there. Maybe he will, though. But you're okay.
Yeah, the map is so large, you can get away with that.
Yeah. I think if Nikov goes double dock in the middle, Running is going to have a really tough time. Running needs those man-at-arms to get to Nikov's base very quickly. He'll have to clear this first. He has fletching on the archers. It's good micro. But clock is ticking, and there's 1 dock from Nikov. I would expect a second in the middle, and there's no navy to protect that fishing eco for Running.
And he should be expecting this, right? He should be expecting Vikings to want to go longboats.
Yes.
If you've seen the Civ play enough water maps, you're used to it. You're used to that. I don't know how many water maps Running actually plays. As we said, he is more of the clown type of player.
Well,
but
and he's
no surprise here for what Nikov's doing.
And it's clear as well, he's going high risk, high reward, right? Like 13 fishing ships is crazy. Normally you see 7 to 8, and then you see a couple fires. But I think based on how the series has gone today, he's taking some risks. I mean, he could click up to Castle Age soon, but losing 14 economy is just going to be so bad for him. He doesn't have any farms. He didn't get the second mill like Nikov did, and he doesn't even know about it. Like, he can't even make fires because he doesn't even know about it. Oh, man.
And usually if you're in a situation like this, you might add in 1 galley just to patrol the coastline.
Yeah.
Shoot any dock villas and at least force Nikov to send 2 or 3 villas to force a dock up. Here he has no idea what's going on. I mean, maybe the only good thing is he's taken most of the fish already, and the fishing ships are tasking themselves to the shorefish now.
Nikov is so locked in, though. He has all the walls he needs at home. He has skirms waiting because he knows those archers are going to get to him eventually. So the walls are up almost perfectly. Skirms in the amount that he needs. Docks on the outside in the amount that he needs. Running is coming to protect the middle now. He wants to place another dock, but the first longboat is already here. He's 2 minutes away from Castle Age, T-West. This is bad. And the water on the outside as well is going to be full longboat spam from Nikov. So he will also potentially have the outside water.
And he might even kill that forward vill by the outside dock. I don't think Running's paying attention.
Oh, he's got the scout there too. But the dock in the middle is what I'm looking at. Nikov brings in the scout as well to contribute. He's paying such close attention. He immediately moves off of his wood line and will bring the skirms over. Nikov just feels like he's twice as fast right now. He does actually need the numbers of the longboats in one area. If you try and split up too much, it could be dangerous.
Yeah, but this is 1 dock production, though, in the middle. I think he only needs 2 longboats, maybe a third.
Yeah.
But he'll destroy all the fish.
That's
Against
true.
someone who's still feudal, they can't make fire galleys fast enough.
Yep, that's a good point. And Nikov doesn't have the same fishing eco, though. He's just got the wheelbarrow and handcart now of the Vikings with his land economy to carry him. He needs to snipe the fishing ships. And he's finding the fishing ship kills, and he will take down the fire galley. And I think the middle is completely lost for running. This is brutal. And he's always going to try and upgrade his archers on the outside, too. And Nikov finds them right before the upgrades, too. He does run away
at least
for
he
now.
doesn't kill anything, but yeah, that's exactly the timing Nikov wanting, and everything has gone wrong for running this game. Nikov's reacted perfectly to everything running was doing.
Yeah, but if running... I mean, running got a lot of food. Running has crossbow now. Nikov doesn't have elite skirm. So these skirms are going to die. If running goes for a siege push, I'm seeing the second TC now. He could maybe drop the third, maybe get some relics, maybe add some farms. It could be okay. The Eco KD is never going to look good, but res collected is still somewhat close. And Nikov, it's not like he has a lot of fishing ships himself. So, let's see if running can get something together here. I'm very glad he didn't call it, because the score, both in the game and also in the series, could make someone get very dejected here. But you have to try.
Yeah, and some of that score, I'm sure running knows, is going to be the longboats that are still alive in the middle, and all the resources added to the score from destroying the fishing ships. So it's not necessarily saying Nikov's eco is super far ahead right now. It's just saying he has more longboats that right now won't contribute to the fight if he's forwarded with a double workshop on land with mangonels.
Yeah, and that town center is a huge target too. Nikov doesn't know anything about that. He thinks it's just the crossbows. This is some big commitment from running. And he could eliminate that town center. He can cut off this whole side of the base. Nikov could get pretty panicky at times. This is now the time for running. Maybe start to sneak in a couple more farms at home, get to stone, think about a third town center. I wouldn't hate a monastery here, because redemption is something the Italians can get for their monks as well.
Yeah, and a monk push is not something the Vikings like stopping. The Viking monks themselves, no redemption, no sanctity even. So mangonels, if you send a couple monks forward, yes, the mangonels snipe off the Viking monks, and they're kind of useless here.
Yeah, but this is where multitask is really tough for the aggressor, because you don't know the siege workshop is there, and that first mangonel, if you're adding those farms at home or any transitions, can surprise you. So first mangonel is the most important for Nikov. It'll be hopping out any moment.
He has it now.
Oh, dude, he's locked in. Running is locked in. He reacted immediately.
He dodged.
He falls back. And if he continues this push, there's another town center right behind it.
Oh, this is the push running wants, right? He's doing his best to turn this into a game of arena.
Yep.
Turn it into a monk and mangonel push, or even just a mangonel push where he's comfortable microing.
Nikov will take the 1-for-1, but he's getting housed right now. He's starting to float a lot of resources, and he's not exactly able to spend it. Vikings can't go for redemption, like you said. Their knights are not very good, but Nikov's dropping a stable. You don't have a ton of counterplay to heavy sieges, the Vikings. But there's no monastery there, so maybe a surprise knight or two could be the play for Nikov.
Yeah, and Nikov's eco was set up for 3 TCs, which requires a lot of food. It's hard to suddenly get mangonels out when you were planning on booming, and need to make that swap to the workshop and then swap back to food for knights.
Nikov's housed again. He's losing these houses so quickly. If you can't out-micro Nikov, you just have to outproduce him, says running. And there he goes. Nikov's still permanently housed.
He's losing more houses. He's losing the hutch. He's losing everything.
Yeah. I mean, look at his wood and his gold count right now. Look at his wood lines. Like, this is where the pressure starts to add up. And eventually, the Vikings are just way more awkward than the Italians on land. This would be a huge win for running. Based on how the first 2 games went, Nikov would also consider this a drop of points, which he will not want to accept.
Yeah, he would.
I think everyone else in the group would love for running to get this win as well if they're going to be competing with these two.
They absolutely would.
Okay, this is where the food eco for running completely drops off. He's 3 on food because he has no farms, but he has to micro here.
Food. He doesn't need food. He needs mangonels and monks.
This is crazy micro. This is insane. Oh, Nikov with the moves. Nikov with the great moves. Oh my goodness,
gets two
what was
mangonels.
that? There is a
That's
monk
exactly
back there.
what he needed.
There is a monk.
Now healing.
You might need to wait until you have a couple more knights then if you're Nikov. I see Lycav. Nikov still is the villager lead. He just needs to take care of the mangonels. The micro from running, that's a big attack round.
Oh, Nikov gets both repair vills, so there are no more vills here
Ooh.
for running to repair.
Oh, good detail. This is a very hard game to cast with two people because it's just constant action. But, dude, Nikov's shots have been unbelievable. It was like 1v5 at times, and he's still getting the connects.
Sometimes I feel that when you have more mangonels, it starts to get harder to micro them because you have so much you need to click on.
That's relatable, yeah. But if you have it sectioned off like this and you have a couple of them on the TC, and then you just have one or two on the front, that's fine. Back at running space, he's just placed some farms. Now he'll move back in. Nikov is waiting for Lycav. And Nikov knows if he can clear this once, it's game over. He gets the sweep to start off Titans League Season 5, which would be actually half the wins he had in group stage last time, even though he went into the playoffs and did well. I think he's going to have enough to clear this T-West. He's just waiting a little bit longer. He's just waiting as long as he can because some of the Lycav might get killed off via an attack round or something. So many
that would be a
mangonels.
big attack round. That's 7-8 mangonels for running against 3.
This is ridiculous. I don't know if I've ever seen so many mangonels on screen before, and I've watched a lot of Huang games
for the Knights. Okay, but here comes the Lycav. Here comes the Lycav. He needs an attack round. Nikov's splitting.
Oh, running killed his own mangonel. He killed his own mangonel. The monk is going to go down. And then the knights can come in to finish it. Oh, it all falls apart for running. The conversions were never going to be enough. And Nikov will clear it up, and Nikov gets the sweep. The most created unit there for running. He made 18 mangonels.
18 mangonels. Oh, and he... The bad thing is he lost most of them. Imagine having like 12 mangonels at once.
Yeah.
Attacking the TC.
Nikov...
Credit to Nikov in the mangonel micro there. He kept everything... It felt like every shot he wanted, he landed. And he wasn't losing his mangonels in the process.
It's hard to be patient there. You can overextend once. I think a lot of people would send in the first night. And then you lose the night. And then suddenly you don't have a monk. And then that's a problem. Like, Nikov, his town center received... Where's the stat here? 10,000 damage. 10k damage. And he just kept repairing it, and he just kept holding, and he kept being patient. That is really good. I will also add, I know the result is not good for running, but I really like the fight in the last game. That's what he needed to try. That was the way to win the game. But Nikov is just too good.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of sets in the Silver League where a player resigned after 1 to 3 minutes because they did something wrong with a Vill and a Borlor. But running, even after losing the Vill, he kept on fighting. He never stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Never stopped or gave up early that set.
Yeah, I think him losing the sheep. I think the Dark Age and Feudal Age wasn't so clean. Obviously, losing all the fish wasn't good. But Nikov had some cool strats here. He made it into the type of game the Vikings want: get to Castle Age, win the water with longboats. GG. Running. It's not going to get much easier, but he still has 4 more rounds. I think he can play sharper than what we saw here today. I think style-wise, it's a bad matchup because of Nikov's aggression, but we'll see if he can get more wins next time. But a good start for good old Nikov. So I'm gonna head off here. I got a little bit more time to actually finish packing and whatnot before my flight to US, but. Thanks for joining up. I know it was a really short one. It was literally 45 minutes, but we'll cast more over the coming weeks.
Yeah, well, you got your flight in time.
Yeah, it was very likely I was gonna have to leave the stream early, so I guess it worked out that we got the games in. Appreciate it, man. We'll be in touch. All right.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right. See you. Salutes in chat, please, for T-West. Also, shout out to T-West if you want to check him out. T-West is also casting a lot of the Gold League and Silver League that's happening. If there are times that I'm not able to, he's been covering some as well. Yeah, Nikov with the stomp there, guys. But yeah, I've got to fly home to see family, so I am going to head off here in a minute. I really appreciate the support so far this year. If you saw my tweets about it a couple weeks ago, it's been kind of a tough personal time for me. So this will going home to see family for my grandmother's funeral will be a tough time, but an important time for me to just basically say goodbye to her and be with family and stuff. So none of that's going to affect the TTL main schedule. I will be back on Friday. We'll do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. 3 sets a day, getting into the second round of Titans League Plat. And then we've got many, many more games to come. We've got all the Platinum League. We've got the rest of Gold. We've got the rest of Silver, all the way up until March 22nd. So basically, once I'm back from this trip, I'll be live. We'll have a period there for like 18 days in a row. Should we do a quick sum up, maybe, of what happened today, what the groups looked like? That's probably good, because we have one set that didn't happen in the first round. That's it. And that's just the Viper Vivi series. So this is the way the groups are shaping up. So far, I think many of these results are what people may have predicted. There's been one set in each group, which has been really competitive, maybe really close, maybe two. The others, the promoted players have had a tough time. Leary and MBL with 3 points after their first round. Tatau with 2, Barles with 1. Lixen Repard with 0. Hera with 3, Yo with 3, Hart with 2, Vinchester with 1, Siscon and Lucho with 0. Nikov at the top of Group C with the 3 points. ACCM with 2, Sebastian with 2, Andy and Lewis with 1, and then Running with 0. And then Group D, still not completed for the first round, but Mihai at 3, Sato at 2, Dragonstar at 1. And we got to see what happens with Viper and Vivi. There will definitely be some wins there. I think Viper's the favorite. So maybe he ends up being tied with Mihai and Sato, but we don't know. And Dark dropped every game against Mihai, so Dark's going to have to turn it around as well. But you play everyone in the group in a play all 3, and then wherever your points are, wherever your wins are at after that, determines your standing. First place sends you into the quarterfinals. Here's what the playoff bracket would look like. First place, all the separate group winners will be here, 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 and here. And then second and third places play against each other in the round of 12, the round before that. And yeah, big money on the line, 64K in total. There is a little bit of money for every win as well in group stage, like $30. But when you've got like thousands and thousands of dollars on the line for the placement prizes, you want to push it. You want to go deep into the event. All right. Appreciate the love, guys. Thank you for the love. Thank you. Ducks just got here, so stream is probably ending. Yeah, you called it, Ducks. Sorry about that one, dude. I think some of the other days will be live a little bit longer. This last series was really short, so sorry. T90, what do you know about Blue? Is he a new young player or an older player playing again? Blue is a new, younger player. I think he's like 19 years old, maybe 20 years old. I know him. I can ask him. He actually has been in chat as well. I don't know if he's in chat right now. But yes, he's kind of a next generation player who's kicking some ass right now in TTL. I think it's he's in silver, right? Let me look and see what his results look. It should be Silver League. Where's he gold? No, he must be silver. Yeah, here's Blue. I mean, practicing all the time, theorizing all the time. You guys have no idea how many of these Silver League players are practicing like crazy. Yeah, Blue right now has really good odds to be first. Blue's got 9 points in his group in silver. Antagonist and Niaz, though, could definitely catch him. Who does he play? It'll be Blue against Targets. Antagonist plays Target. Ooh, Antagonist Niaz is interesting there, too. Yes, but to answer your question, he's a new player. And we've got a mix of new and olds. There's lots of people who've been around forever, and then we have some of the next-gen players who are young. Stark, 11 wins and 1 loss now. He was 9-0. We have never had a fully undefeated player in any TTL group, and I thought Stark was going to do it, but he dropped the game to Nahwell. So yeah, we'll be casting some of the silver and gold stuff next week as well. So, Albatross says, how do they determine how much money they give for these things? Do you mean the prize pool splits for each position, or do you mean the total amount of money that World's Edge gives for the event? Like, do you mean the $30 per win, or do you mean the 100K that World's Edge gave for the entirety of the event? They're two very different things. The amount that World's Edge gives to the event is determined by them. In this case, I would make a pitch and say, "Hey, this is what I want to do. Here's the plan," and they say yes or no and determine what they can do. When it comes down to the overall prize pool splits, that for the players, that can vary event to event. So in this case, we just kind of went for what felt best for all the different players and all the factors we could. So hope that helps. That answers both. So yeah, Koozie, I'll be back Friday. I'm just gone the next 3 days. I might actually be back on Thursday. I might stream Thursday. I'm flying in. I get in at my parents' place at like 1 a.m. tonight. I have the funeral tomorrow, and I come right back the next day. So I'll probably be a bit exhausted, but I might come online Thursday. The plan for Platinum stays the same. So what happened to the Viper game? Viper's sick. We're doing it round 2. Round 2, Viper will play twice. So all right, everybody. Appreciate you all. Thank you again for the kind words and all that. I'm going to head off. Take care. For those on Twitch, I will send a raid on to T West if he's still live. Maybe doing some of the Gold League stuff. I'm not too sure. As you can see, no upcoming sets found because that will be next Friday through Monday, all right? I'll catch you guys on YouTube. We'll have some videos up, especially on the Extras channel. And see you guys live at least in a couple days once I'm back from the family stuff. Take care, everybody. See ya.
Just got to find my base. You will find him trapped behind a woodland waiting for his fate. You are one step behind. Try to pre-war all your berries while you miss my sneak militia. Making woodland gives your worries. I am one step ahead, always one step ahead. You are one step behind, always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. You don't think I'm going, I just got my reach behind your business. I'm eager to departure. You are one step behind. Try to buy you with your castle and you see the price of stone, and now you'll never be up faster. I am one step ahead, always one step ahead. You are one step behind, always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. You can go produce your nights when you step into the fog of war. My pikes are there to fight. You are one step behind. Send your voice to forward castle. The Mongle will be waiting, making sure it's a disaster. I am one step ahead, always one step ahead. You are one step behind, always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. Send your raiding army over, have them running into castles, trying to keep your composure. You are one step behind, out of gold, out of ideas. While I'm feasting on my relics, there's one thing I guarantee ya. I am one step ahead, always one step ahead. You are one step behind, always just one step behind. I am one step ahead, always one step ahead. You are one step behind, always just one step behind.